Hello, this is Richard with Sewing Machine Tips and Tricks and Odessa Sewing Machine. I hope you're having a great day. Today we have a Kenmore 385 19000 So what is that? That is a fairly rare machine. I've only seen two of them. It is a Kenmore Embroidery machine. This particular machine is locked up. It's not completely locked up, but the motor won't run it, and it's very hard to turn by hand. We are going to service it, and we're also going to fix the problem. I assume that it probably has a similar problem to what the Singer Superb that I just recently done has. A lot of times when a machine starts locking up, the bushings have a bunch of crud in them, dried oil, varnish, could even have burnt lint and everything else in it. Usually it's mostly just varnish, but I have seen some with dried burnt lint in them as well. Anyway, we're going to get into this and we're going to find the problem, get it fixed. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. All right, so here's the machine. I've got it plugged in and we are going to turn it on. I have no idea what it's going to do. Maybe nothing. Oh yeah. I completely forgot about that. This machine had gotten really hard to move, wasn't hardly doing anything, and at the end it just stopped. It just quit working. I completely forgot about that. So yeah, turning it on does no good. It probably has a blown fuse, and I need to look at it and see if I can find it and replace that fuse. If that's what's wrong with it, more than likely it is, but we need to find out for sure. So we're going to get into this, and I guess the first thing to do will be to see if we can find why it's not coming on, which is probably the fuse. So provided that it's a fuse, we will find that fuse and test it and then replace it. So first we will get the box out of our way. Then we're going to pull the top off of it and pull the door off of it, and then we will actually get into it. All right, so like I said, first we're going to pull the top off of it. Should be a screw right here and then a screw on either end. So first thing is going to be to pull this out. Pull this little cover off of it. Make sure that there's a screw there. And there it is. See it right there. So, and that is a hex head. A hex head screw. I think this is the wrong size. Nope, it fits. So rather than a Phillips, most of the screws on here is Phillips. This is a hex head. This one is a little bit small actually, but it worked. Anyway, get that out. Notice how long it is. And then we need to get that screw and that screw right there out. So we will do just that. Actually, this screw on this end is for the end cover. So I'm going to go ahead and loosen it. Doesn't have to be loose for the top, but I am going to loosen it. With this other screw over here, This is for the top. Okay. All right, that top should come off now. Should. There we go. It's moving. There we go. Just like that. All right, now, Janome made these, so basically these are Janome machines. This little piece right here, you want to take it off so you don't lose it. This is for your presser foot pressure, okay? So we got that off. We're going to take this washer off of it as well. All right, now we're going to take the end cover off. And we're just going to remove these two screws. Actually, you know what? We're going to remove these two plastic screws instead, because that will actually make it easier to put back on and adjust. All right. Got the two screws, put them up, put that to the side. Now we will pull the end off. We've already got the one screw up top loose. Let's see. No screws on the end. Sometimes on some of these machines, you'll have a screw in one of these holes, but I don't think this is one of them. Doesn't look like it. Nope. So should be just screws on the bottom. All right. So we'll turn it over. And you're going to have this screw. Whoops. This screw, you can see how that holds that on right there. Those two together. Now this one should, yeah, that one too, and it has to come completely out. It's a smaller screw, as you can see. And then this should, I think, yeah, that one doesn't need to be removed, just those two. But now comes the fun part. We're going to have to use these pry bars and get this out. Just like, whoop, do not put it in here. There you go. Whoop, there it came. We got a little bit of lint right there. So we'll get rid of that. Just fell out of the machine. So if we look down here, we can see the machine is actually pretty dang dirty. So who knows what we're going to find when we get in here. See that? There's lots of lint. I may be mistaken, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say whoever had this machine used canned air on it at least once in a while. And this is why you don't do that, okay? So if you look, besides the fact of getting lint into this bushing right in here and possibly destroying that bushing, you've got electronics in there, okay? See them? If you get enough lint on those electronics, you'll short them out and burn it up. So I'm hoping that's not the case. From what they explained to me, that's not what happened. So, but you can see all the lint, all the crap, okay? tons of it. So we're going to get all this cleaned up, but first we're going to see if we can find the fuse that's gone. And I'm assuming that fuse is going to be in the bottom on the power board. The power board on this is on the bottom. So we're going to pull the bottom off next. All right, now this is pulling the bottom off. These is a little tricky because we have wires that come up to the side, and we've got to get them undone and probably kind of pull them through, because I think they come up to the side and then route back into the machine to get down to the bottom. So, and I can't remember whether these have a screw under here or not. We're going to find out. If you don't know what this is that I'm taking off, it is for a power cord that is made to wind up. Now this one doesn't have it, so it's just an empty spot, just an open hole. But that being said, if you could find that, you could absolutely install it and it would come out right here. So you could absolutely install it and hook it up. Then you wouldn't have to use the exterior power. All right, so there's that. There's nothing there. Then we're going to undo the 4 main bolts that hold this on. And they're going to be larger, longer bolts. Let me see if I can find one of my magnets to help me get this out of there. There we go. All right, now this thing should just come right back, but there are wires here, so we have to be careful. And they're usually not too long. You know what? The power board is not in the bottom of this. Looks like the power board is probably up in that. A lot of times they're down in the bottom, but not on this one. Okay, so see these 2 wires here, right? They hook, and you follow them. You see the 2 moving right there, right? They're the 2 bottom ones. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to loosen this screw. I'll move my camera back. I'll loosen the screw, and then I'm going to loosen this screw, if I can, like that, so that this will kind of lift a little bit. It's not going to lift a whole lot. Let me see, is there, yeah, there's another one in here. I'm going to loosen that. Let's see if we can get some light on it. I'm going to remove this magnet from my screwdriver. In fact, I'm probably going to need a longer screwdriver. I don't know. All right. It is, I don't know if you can see it or not. Yeah, you can kind of see it right in there. Okay. I'm going to get my longer screwdriver, and I'm going to have to move my camera out of the way so that I can get this in there. And we're just going to loosen it. We're not taking it out. We're just loosening it. in there. Okay, now we see that it moves. So now I will get this just carefully unhook that. And actually that's the wrong one. This one it's this one, okay. But let's go ahead and get this one done. Okay. Now it's very important to realize, okay, this board right here, these, I don't know why they do this, but they do. These wires run between the board and the plastic cover, okay? So we need to be careful in getting them out. Okay, there's that, okay. We got them out. Now, pull this back. This will have to be cleaned up some, a little bit, but again, the first thing we need to do is find the fuses and get them replaced. Anyway, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the bottom off here where the hook is, the hook gears and all that. And we will see what we find. A little bit of lint. It's not horrid, but definitely needs to be cleaned up. So you can see the lint and all the lint, the way it's hanging all over everything. All this has to come off and come out. It has to be cleaned up. Okay, this stuff is very abrasive and it will absolutely tear up plastic. This looks like, yeah, they were using it for embroidery. So yeah, this is your feed dog drop. It's kicked back. All right, now for getting this off. So we've got several of the screws on the other side loosened. We're going to loosen this screw right here so that comes off. And then we've got this screw right here. And you may have to pull the light out, and sometimes you have to do even more. Okay. And this whole thing is going to come off, okay? The whole thing, just like that. All right, so make sure you remember it's a longer screw. It's a little bit smaller screw that holds that in. Make sure you remember which one it is. Okay, now, right here we have a little clip, and we have to get this unclipped for this to come off, and then this has to come out here, okay? So this can be a little tricky sometimes. So I'm gonna reach in here and pull that. Well, like I said, it can be tricky. It can be a pain in the butt, actually. And that one's not strong enough, so we're gonna get a little bit bigger one right here, okay? And it's still not letting go. We've got, yeah, this one's gonna be a little more of a pain, so we'll get that in a minute. But we're gonna have to do this another way. Set it up. Okay, so this is coming apart like this. Well, There's nothing else holding it but that. So there we go. Oh, I had it. This thing can be a pain. This little part right here can be a pain. There we go, right there. Okay, now it's still not coming loose. We might have another screw here. Let's look and see. Okay, so I'm getting a call. Okay, sorry about that. I had a phone call coming in. I had to stop and take it. Let's see if I can. All right. So we have something holding this, and we have to find out what. And I don't recall right off the bat. Normally, if there's a screw right here holding it, it's going to be right in this area. Like maybe right here, but this one's not the one holding it. This thing is not wanting to let go. maybe, no. Oh. Yeah, I forgot. So this right here is what's holding it. So we've got to get that over that. I completely forgot about that. So now we have several wires that we have to get undone. And would be more than likely they'll only hook into one spot, but I would recommend taking pictures just to make sure. Okay, so we've got this one right here, and then we've got this one. Okay, and then we're going to have a bunch more here. And we're going to set this up. Trying to get a good picture on this. There we go. So we'll undo this one, and we'll undo this one, and then we'll undo this one. So I would highly recommend making sure that you know which one goes where. Get pictures and stuff before you unhook it. Especially, well, this one may not have that. Okay. Nope. A lot of times there's a couple of heavy black wires down here, and they can easily be swapped. But this one doesn't have it. It doesn't look like. That one, this one, and this one. Okay, there we go. Now, we are going to, I doubt that there's a fuse on this panel. More than likely it's on the power supply somewhere, but we're going to look and see. We're going to look and see if we have a fuse, and it could be on the back of the panel, but I'm not going to go there yet. I'm not going to take the back of the panel off, although I may look underneath it and see. No, I don't see anything. I don't see anything that looks like a fuse under there. So, all right. And we will set this to the side. And you know what? It might be right there. It might be right in here with a switch, possibly. I am absolutely not seeing it. So we're going to check in here with a switch and see if we find the find a fuse with this. Hopefully it does have a fuse. Hopefully it didn't blow something out on the board. So we'll remove the whole switch first. And I probably won't have a whole lot of room to move it around. I need that magnet. Okay, set that right there. All right. Oh, I got more room than I thought. Sometimes these things just barely move. All right. And we should have another one here, right here. Okay, we're going to open this up. Now, you want to be careful. I'm lining these wires so that it makes it easy. And there is no fuse in there, none, as you can see. So, man, hopefully we didn't blow that, hopefully they didn't blow that transformer out. That would suck. Normally, Janome puts fuses on their stuff. Oh, but this isn't Janome, this is Kenmore. But Janome made it, so normally there would be a fuse on this. You know what? Let's see. So this is the actual power supply. So this comes in here, right? This box is the actual power supply before it goes to the rest of the machine. So maybe that is where the fuses are. Good possibility. And that is not a Phillips head. That one's too big. That one's too big. This one's no, that one's too small. There we go. I thought. Okay, so this has been that one's kind of rounded off. So I need to get a different tool set. Give me a second. If you do work on machines, if you work on them often and many different types, this tool set is a must. It does not come with this. You need to get your own driver, but it has a lot of stuff. The only downfall that I've found to it is these are kind of weak and they're easy to break. So you have to be really careful with them, but overall it is a nice set. I got it a year or so ago, and I've really loved it. Oh, that's the wrong one. It's not Phillips. Let's see what size is this. This is a T20, and a T20 is too big. And actually, this is the other style, which you don't absolutely have to use this, but it will work. I'm going to get this extension. T15. T15's a little bit small. Okay. Well, that ain't good. Like it goes from T15 to T20. Oh, okay, so it is a T20. I just didn't get it in right. So there we go. All right. So T20 is what you need for these. And that's That's what makes it nice about this kit. You don't need a ton of room to have all this. Just a real small box. And I do service calls. I go to businesses and work on commercial and industrial machines. So I can put this in my toolbox that I take with me. And it just fits in there real nice. It's real easy, and I don't have just a ton of stuff that I have to take with me. So, I mean, I'm taking a ton, but it's not taking up tons of room. Should I say, see, this one's broke. So that sucks, but it is what it is. All right. All right, now there's a lot of wires here. And we need to, okay, so very important to understand. I just pulled this, you saw me pull it. This wire just come unhooked, okay? It's very short and it's very hard to get back in there. You have to pretty much put this back in and then use a tool and plug that in. I'll show you where it goes here in a minute. Okay, so there's this one. And then this one. It went right there, okay? And that one may not come undone. No, so we're not gonna pull this out. It goes too deep, okay? We may unhook it here in a minute. Now we need a Phillips again to remove these two screws. Oh, well, and I didn't pay attention. Oh, you know what? Duh, ding dong. This hooks into the board. This hooks into the board on the front panel. So yeah, no need to do that. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so we've got the bottom off, and you see that the board is in there backward or faces the top, right? So we have to take it out. You want to be very careful with this, because if you mess it up, it's done. Okay, now this thing should just drop out, and there we go, 2 fuses. So we are going to test them. Okay, we're going to test them and see, but I can let's take a look at them right now, because I see one already. All right, so you see that? Whoop, you see that right there? Make sure I get as much light. And see that damage? Okay, this is blown. This one doesn't look blown, but it could be. Sometimes they blow on the ends, but more than likely this is the one, okay? More than likely this is the one. Now, you can order these, all right? You can order these on online, or you might be able to get them at a local hardware store somewhere, an Ace or something. Number one, you need this length, okay? So you may need to take it with you. This is important. This is very, very important. 250 volt, 3.15 amps, 125 volt, 2.5 amps. Do you see that? That is the most important thing. I mean, obviously, if it's too long or too short, it's not going to work. But when it comes to replacing it, you must match this. If you don't match this, if you put one in that is the wrong voltage, you could blow the fuse. If you put one in that, or worse, if you put one in with the wrong amperage, if the amperage is too small, then you could blow the fuse when you plug it back in. If it's too big, then then you could blow a panel when it pulls too much juice. Okay, so very, very important, and it's going to say them on. It's going to have that information on the butt of each fuse. All right. So let's get our tester out, and we're going to test it so you can see it. All right. 1 minute. Okay, so you can use a lot of different testers. This is just a cheap little tester that I've got. And we're going to put it right down here. Okay, this is continuity. And we're going to put it just like that. One thing, if you've never used these, do not put this on anything, especially a live circuit, and then turn this. You'll burn it out. Okay, especially a live circuit. If it's not live, it probably won't hurt it, but it's not recommended. Now, we're going to test, we're going to check the meter to see if it works. This should just be a sound, okay? There we go. We're not worried about the numbers because we're not doing a capacitor or a diode. We're just worried about the sound. There we are. It's got sound, that means continuity. Now, we are going to go from fuse end to fuse end. We're not going to do anything crazy. We're not trying to go through the board or anything. All right, so fuse end to fuse end. Nothing. And like I said, this one, I can see it's already blown and there's nothing there. Okay, hear it? We got continuity. Fuse is good. Okay. Yeah, I know it kind of cuts out. That's just because sometimes getting a good contact on these can be a pain. But we've got good continuity. Okay, so this one's good. We need to replace this one here. Now, depending on the fuse, some of these things can be a real bear to get out of there. And you want to be careful and not break anything. So a good way to get them out is to get something and go from the bottom, and not all of them you're able to get under it, but if you can, it's the easiest, and just push it up, just like that. Okay, and then you pull that out. Now, again, this fuse, if I can get it where you can see it, D250V, that's 250 volts. 3.15A, that's 3.15 amps. Okay, so like I said, it says it has it on the board, and it also has it on the fuse. Okay, so let me see if I've got one of those fuses. Okay, so before I replace it, we're going to talk about something else. You see how heavy that element is right there? Okay, that's not because it's 250 volt or because it's 3.15 amps, and I'm going to show you that in a minute. It's because it's called a slow blow fuse. That means that this fuse will take a little bit of an overload, a small amount of overload, before it actually blows, okay? And it will sustain it for a short duration. It's not long enough to destroy the panel, but it's long enough so that the fuse doesn't just keep quickly blowing out. If it gets to, if the amperage, and the amperage is the main thing you're looking at, comes up to 3.14 amps, it could go to 3.15 and hold that for a second or two before it actually blew out. Okay, very important to understand that. Let me see if I can find one of these. Okay, so I want to show you this. Remember, I said that this fuse is a 250 volt, 3.15 amp, and that heavy coil in there means that it is a slow blow. So you see this fuse right here, right? And it does not have it does not have that heavy coil in it. But if you look at it, I mean, that's kind of heavy in there, right? That's just a rod, a bar, or a wire, and it's a little bit heavier. Let's look and see what it is. So it's a 250 100 volt. It's a 250 volt fuse, which is what you need. But it is a 10 amp fuse. Okay, you absolutely don't want this in here. Now, this would definitely take the load, but my point is, you see the way this is made. It's not a slow blow. If you were to get 10 amps on this, just go over just a little bit, 10.1, 10.2, it'll blow. It'll blow right now that quick. Now, obviously, this is not what we want because we don't want 10 amps going through the system. We'd absolutely burn up the panel because it's way too big. But my point is the slow blow. Okay, and you can see by the way that's built, that is a slow blow fuse. So I have these fuses right here. Okay, they are 250 volt, 3.15 amp slow blow fuses. So, and I think I got this at Ace Hardware, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't order them online from a sewing machine manufacturer because they normally charge more for these fuses just because they can. Now you can see that filament in there, how it's real heavy like that. Again, it's slow blow. So we are going to look at the size, see if it's the same length. And it is. It's exact same length. Hard for me to get my big fingers on here and hold it so that you can see it, but we're the same length. Okay, now let's make sure that we put the good one in and not the bad one. If they are a little bit different in length, that's fine, no big deal. All right, as long as they fit and they don't touch anything. Now on this one, this has little ends on it like that to keep the fuse from sticking out. If it's a little bit shorter, then that's fine, so long as it makes a good connection. That's the main thing. You don't want a real long one because if it hits anything else, you can have a problem. You don't want one that's too short that just barely fits, which this is about the shortest they make for this. Okay, anyway, we've got that replaced. It's good to go. So now we can put it back together. Oh, on that toolkit, on this toolkit, if you want one of these, there is a link in the description below this video. You can get it. It goes to Amazon. If you buy it, I make a very small commission on it. Not a whole lot, but a little bit. Helps to support the channel. Okay. Anyway, let's go ahead and get this put back together. If in fact there's lint or anything in here, you want to clean it out and make sure you get these back in the right place. So if you're not sure which hole it goes in, this wire goes in and you hold it up there. It's pretty obvious. It goes in this one. All right, so we'll feed this through just like that. And then try to get that back on there. Just like that. Okay, now for the screws. And no, I am not going to put this thing back together and test it before I go any further. I know that was the problem. I know that was blown. Could there be other problems? Yes, there could. There absolutely could. It is possible that the electricity burnt out a panel. It absolutely is. It's on these machines, it's not real common. Now, what I'm doing here is not a good idea. Okay, don't do this. Do not do what I'm doing. I just screwed up. I was talking and not thinking about what I was doing. Okay, and I'll tell you about it here in just a second. Okay, you want a magnetic screwdriver, and you want that to hold, okay? Letting that screw get on this and move around, you can scratch this and you can damage this and it'll be ruined, all right? I goofed up. Do not do that, on any panel. And don't do that either. You have to be very gentle. And why is this not? Okay. Very gently. That right there is the way it should be done. Just gotta get my concentration on that and not the video. Okay, do not over tighten these. Don't do it. They just need to barely be snug. That's it. All right, that is it. Just barely snug. Do not over tighten them. You can damage the board. You can damage the plastic. All right, do not over tighten them. Then we can put this back on. Got to make sure which way it goes. Okay, so it fits in there just real nice. Get that board protected again. And then actually, yeah, the screws go this way. And again, don't over tighten these. No need to, just snug. Put the screws in. And once it quits turning, that's it. Once it quits turning, don't tighten it. That's all you need. Okay? Now, time to put this back in. I said whoop because I went to move this and my low battery sign came on. So plug it in. All right. Do we remember which way it went on? It's very important. So we've got a screw hole, and screw hole. 1, 2, 3. That's how it goes. In. So this, do not wrap that shaft. Don't do it. Okay. So for now, I'll just pull this way. And we got to plug some stuff in. I know. I'm just showing you how it fits. Just like, whoop. So I told you that hole, which was obviously wrong. This hole right here. Okay, right there. So now, let's see. We have 1, 2, 3 wires. Well, 1, 2, 3 wires. So this one is one we'll have to do last, and it came from there. Now we need to get this one and this one. So this one is this red one right here. Okay. Maybe. Just like that. And this one goes right here. You have to make sure you have them turned the right way. Okay, so how do you know you have them turned the right way? So you've got a little shoulder right there. I think you can see it, right? And in here, see that little piece of plastic right there on this side that holds that shoulder. So that shoulder goes to the inside. Okay. If one of these don't fit, don't force it. You don't want to break stuff. Now, all right, so we've got that. I'm going to wrap this around this wire. Okay, I'm going to bring it up around this wire. The blue one. That's how it was. That's how we're going to put it back. Get that out of our way. Now this white one, we're going to get it started anyway. Maybe. I don't know if you'll be able to see me do this or not. And again, you have to make sure you get it right. This exact same thing that I just told you about the other one, the shoulder and stuff. All right. Okay, so see if I haven't pushed it in, but I don't know that you can see it. I can't see it in the camera. Right there. I've just kind of lined it up in the hole with my fingers, and then I'm pushing it in right now. Sorry you can't see it. There's not a lot of room here. There. It wasn't wanting to go in. But if you heard that pop, then you heard it go in. All right. Now make sure, with me trying to get all these wires in and stuff, I've got these wires sticking out. Okay. So this goes here and this goes here. All right. Now, get this back together. Get these screws back in it. Okay, find my tool that I had with my T20. Don't tighten it up real tight. I took it all the way up and I backed it off. Okay, that's just to make sure that you don't have problems, and that's the wrong screw. That's the wrong screw. Here we go. Okay, now we can tighten them. Now, it doesn't need to be dead tight, just a little bit, okay? So you get it up, it goes, it stops, just a little bit. That's it. No need to kill it, just a little bit. All right, otherwise you'll break that plastic. Okay, now we are ready to finish taking this apart and then clean it up. So you're like, take it apart, what do you mean? Well, the back is still on this and this is still on this. So in fact, I didn't even pull a plate off this thing yet. So we're going to get rid of that magnet. We're going to loosen this just like that. Okay, there's some more screws down here we got to take off, but we're going to do this plate first. We have a single screw on the plate right there. Take that out. Turn the needle bar up, and something that you should do this all the time. I don't always do it, and it should be done right away to help for safety purposes and to protect you. That's to take the needle out. You really need to. I'm horrible at it, and I've got poked by them quite a few times. Okay, and we got that out. I talked about this before we go any further. I talked about this on the other one, the last machine that I done, and that's this damage. See the damage on the needle plate? That's going to grab your thread, it's going to rip it, it's going to tear it, and it's going to cause looping. Before you put this back together, we will repair it. Okay, now we're going to pull the, all right, here we go. Pull the bobbin case and the bobbin out. So first, see this bobbin? Looks kind of shallow, right? I'm gonna pull this out. Do you see how this has a curvature to it? All right, this is I think there's a few other machines, but very few that this fits. This is called a Class 66 bobbin. They're made in plastic and they're made in metal, and it is the wrong bobbin for this machine. Yeah, it fits in there. Sure, it fits in there. It also has a lot of space around it. It also has a lot of space on the top of it. So when this thing starts jumping and jumping around, it can get lodged and locked down and then break that thread. And then as soon as it breaks, the hard jolt is going to cause this to jump and it'll fall back down. And you'll never know why. You'll never know what caused it. Okay? You need a class 15 bobbin, not a class 66. You know, sure it'll work, but it can cause you problems. I highly suggest that you don't use a class 66 bobbin in these machines. Okay, we're going to inspect the bobbin case. It looks pretty good. Need to get a brush, clean it off. I want to get the lint off of it so I can see it real good. Okay. I'm looking for any damage around this bottom edge. I don't see any. Nope, that looks good. All right, I'm looking for damage on here where the thread might have cut in. I think, okay, we have like a nick right there. Let me see if I can move this in. Okay. There's a nick right there. Oh, that's no big deal. Yeah. It's not a big deal right now until that thread gets caught on it and cuts a groove into it. Then it's a big deal. Okay, so we're going to clean this up. All right, we're going to clean that up before we put this back in and fix that, so that in fact, there's two nicks right there, so that the thread doesn't get caught on it. Okay, now we're going to check the top of it. And we're going to clean that lint off of it so we can see any damage. And we're looking for damage most anywhere, any rough spots, scuff spots, needle pokes, just like that. Okay, thread can get caught on this. It's not major, but it can slow it down enough to make one millimeter. 1 millimeter is all it takes, and it's not proper. It's not making a proper stitch, and it can get worse from there. So we're going to clean this up too. Okay. So that bobbin case has to be repaired. Now, let's go ahead. Now that I've got the plate off, let's turn this back over. And we're going to take this off. And actually, what we're going to do, I need to move my meter. I'm done with it. I could take the two plastic screws out, but I'm just going to take this, maybe, the single screw out. It's tough. You've got to really put some pressure on it to make sure that you don't tear the head of the screw up. If you absolutely can't get that one out, then you can take the two plastic ones out. Okay? But don't tear the head of your screw up trying to get that out. Okay. Now, this should just pop off. You see it's kind of catching. It's catching right here. Just need to kind of lift that over. And then we've got our foot to think about. Right there. Got to get underneath the foot. Okay, I was hitting right there, so I get underneath it. And then I got caught here again, right there. Okay, I can't stress enough, never force stuff to come off. All right, now we're going to take the back off. And so you want to be real careful with these Genomes, these Kenmores like this. Okay. The top is made to keep this handle in place. If you pick this up and carry it, I've had it happen and luckily caught the machine. Okay. You can pick this up and carry it and this end will come off. It doesn't look like it'll come off. No, it's good. I'm telling you from experience, it'll freaking come off. Okay. So do not do that. Just take the handle off. Just be safe. Take the handle off. All right. You have been warned. All right. We're going to do that screw. We're going to undo that screw. And I'm not sure. There's probably a screw underneath. Nope. Nope. Just the one screw that we undone earlier on it down there. Okay. Now we're going to see about pulling this off. And it doesn't want to come. We got something somewhere holding it. Oh, duh. The presser foot. Okay, now these are a pain because this has to come over that presser foot without breaking it, just like that. All right, and it's still not coming off. So we've got something, yeah. So you remember the inside screw. There's very few machines that have two of them, but this one does. Okay. See the screw right there? Right in there. Okay, so let's get the magnet again. Maybe. If I can find the right one. There we go. Pull about 5 of them out. Okay, now I don't want to put that magnet up in there. It may or may not hurt it, but I want it so that it will increase the magnetism. If it drops, it just hits the towel. No big deal, no real big deal, but actually, you know what? I only need to loosen it. Okay, now, there we go. Coming right off. Well, said it's coming right off. So, again, I can't stress enough not to force. We're going to find out. We have a hidden screw. Okay, at this point, people may get upset and irritated and just yank it off, whatever. Okay, and you're going to break this if you do it. See the screw? Okay. Let me see if I can. Pack this up. Right there. Just need to untighten that. That's it. Okay. Again, take your time. Even if you've taken the same type machine apart 100 times, sometimes certain machines made later in the year or whatever, they will add a screw somewhere, so just be careful. Now, I want to show you something. When you get a machine apart like this, we're cleaning it and we're lubricating it, but we're also inspecting it. Tell me something. From this view, do you see anything that doesn't look right on this machine? Anything. There's definitely something here that does not look right. It's a problem. Now, granted, it won't stop it from operating for the most part, but it will cause one problem, which can be really frustrating. Right here. Right there. Our bobbin tire has come apart. It is broken in two, so we will need to get this replaced. Okay, so I'm just going to pull that off there. Okay, it's no good. No good, no mas. All right, now I've got to take this out and blow all this lint off of it, and then we'll be back. Okay, so I have got I've blown it out, got it cleaned up, got the machine cleaned up, or I say cleaned up, got blown out with air, and got as much as I could off of it. Let's talk about something, okay? So, I don't know if this was done at the manufacturer when it was first made. I don't think so. I don't see many genomes like this. More than likely, this was done by someone who serviced it. Do you see this type grease? All right, this is a type of lithium grease, and it's just nasty. Okay, it's really hard. This isn't completely and totally hard. You can kind of see how that kicked out. All right, but it will get hard. This will eventually get hard. All right. This not only adds stress to the motor, but when this dries up, it will become as hard as a rock, and it will break a gear. Okay, no joke. No, I hate this. I don't know why people use lithium grease on machines. I don't. For the life of me, I don't understand it. So, if you're repairing your machine, don't use lithium grease on it. If you have used lithium grease, I would recommend that you stop. Okay? Lithium grease has its place, and it's not on sewing machines. It just, all it does for sewing machines is it puts a life on it that can actually cause a lot of damage. Okay, besides the fact that it's holding a lot of lint in there, it can be very damaging. So do not do that. Get as much as you can off. Man, this thing's hard to turn. Okay. Dang it. This is going to be some work. Getting this off. You know what? I think I know a better way to get this off. All right. So this, in my own glass container, peanut butter jar container, is mineral spirits. It's black down there because there's a lot of gunk in the very bottom that has settled there from the many times I've used it. So it's going to be time to change this soon, or filter it or something. I got a ton of it down there, but not right now. So mineral spirits is a great cleaner. Okay, so long as it's not 100% completely dried and set up. If it's 100% completely dried and set up, then denatured alcohol does a great job of removing all the crap. If it's not, if it's a hard gum like this, normally mineral spirits will take it off. It'll take a minute or two to go through it. We'll see. We'll see how it does. Normally it does a great job. So, but you can see how it immediately starts melting it and eating into it. Okay, let it sit there a little bit while I go all the way around this thing. Now, obviously it makes a mess, and I'm just using a toothbrush to kind of brush it on and pull anything loose off of it. You can see it just coming right off. Some of it quicker than others. you should probably have a ventilated room for using it. I'm going to open my door in order to create a ventilated room. Now, I don't think that I need to tell most people this, but don't smoke or have live fires or anything really hot like a soldering iron going in the general area where you're working with this stuff. It's flammable, it's dangerous. You can light stuff up. But anyway. Well, it's already taken the most of it off. Still cutting through a little bit of it. And this thing is still locked up pretty hard. All right, I'm gonna, for these thicker areas, I'm gonna take my here and just kind of run through it to break it apart. Make this whole process a little bit quicker. I'm gonna get this back here off. You see how it's melting into it. Obviously the thicker areas takes a little bit more time, but like I'm doing here on the thicker areas, just run something through it, break it up, you know, and that will cause it to go a good bit quicker. Okay. You could also use a small wire brush with this, and that would be fine. You just don't scrub real hard with it, okay? Because you want as minimal amount of damage to the gear as possible. So scrubbing really hard with a wire brush could potentially damage the plastic gear. But this makes it quicker and easier. I'm going to show you something else. We're going to talk about something else going on here, because you need to understand it. But first we're going to finish this. Finish this gear. Making sure that it's cleaned up really good. The more you get off of it, the less problems you're going to have, the less potential there is for breaking that gear. So, I mean, like right now, it'd probably be okay, but number one, I want to make sure the gear doesn't break. Number two, I have a customer paying me to do a specific job. So, I want to make sure that that specific job is done very well. You're wondering what that blue is. It's pieces of this brush coming apart. The mineral spirits is tearing it apart. It's not a huge deal. You don't want just tons of that in there, but it's not a huge deal. Okay, so that's pretty clean. Now let's look at another issue. Do you know what this is? This piece right here. This is the feed dog lift cam. Okay, this causes your feed dogs to lift up and down. This machine was being used for embroidery when it locked up. So on embroidery, your feed dogs need to be down. This cam is in the feed dog down position, but the bottom this is why it controls it and holds it back. So at this point, as much as I've already turned the machine, these feed dogs, this should have popped over so the feed dogs can be up, and it hasn't. So what's the problem? We have a bunch of gunk and crap on this metal shaft that's keeping it from moving. Now, wow, yeah, it's pretty, there we go, we're starting to move. We got to be real careful of something here, and I'll show you here in a minute. I'm going right here. I'm pushing the feed dogs up. There we go. So that, and it's just, yeah, that doesn't feel good at all. So let's see. We'll see if I can use this mineral spirits to help clean this off. Okay, push that, and I'm going to put some over here. I'm going to show you something. Kenmores and Genomes have this. Not all of them, but a lot of them, especially the older ones. And you need to know this. The first time I had this happen to me, it took me a while to figure out what was wrong. So, okay, let's turn this. Okay. I want you to, okay, let's, okay, that popped back on its own, which is a good thing. Do you see this hole right here? There's my dogs out there going nuts. Sorry about that. Anyway, you see the hole? That pin, this can go far enough back to reveal that pin completely. I'm not forcing it right now. I'm not going to force it, but it can do it. That pin is round on two edges and flat on two edges, so it will only fit a specific way. All right, and so if this happens, you got to make sure that you got it turned exactly right to fit. Also, if you push this all the way back to completely expose that pin can fall out. It's just a round pin that fits in a hole, and then it's got a head on it that fits in here. All right, so be very careful of that. But anyway, like I was saying, this needs to move. It needs to be clean. It needs to move real easy. Now that I've got that cleaned up, I am going to turn this, because I want this to, first I'm going to put just a bunch of oil, a ton of oil on here, because I want to remove all those mineral spirits. I'm going to move this back, do the same thing here. Those mineral spirits will dry up, and you can wipe it off with a rag, but you need to make sure that you get this lubricated well. Okay, now push that up. There we go. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit more right here. Just making dang sure that we're nice and lubricated. Okay, now that's lubricated well. We're going to do some more lubricating under here before we're done, but I want to get this thing unlocked. You say, locked? What do you mean locked? It's turning. Well, yeah, it's turning, but not very well. It's hard to turn. It's locked. That's why the fuse popped in the first place. So what we're looking for is right now, we are looking for a bushing, one of the four main bushings that has locked up. Now, these bushings down here both have oil rags, oil felts, whatever you want to call them. So the likelihood that they are the ones that locked up is not very good. Now let's, yeah, okay. All right, so let's turn this up and see what we can find. More than likely, this is the one causing the problem. And it's kind of hard to get to. This little thing right here tells the computer where the shaft is, in other words, where the needle position is. Okay, so we are going to turn this up on end, just like this. I'm going to see if I can get oil in to go through it. Man, it's not doing too good. Not feeling good at all. You know what? It may be, I'll bet it is. I'll bet it's the needle bar. The needle bar can do that too, and it feels weird, and so we're going to lubricate the needle bar on this sucker. Okay, and we're going to see if that makes any difference. Okay, then we're going to put some oil down here on the bottom. so that we get both needle bar guides. Maybe. Feels like it might be loosening up some. Man, not too good. Okay, we're gonna put some up here on the take-up lever. We're gonna put it down in this little hole right here. This is part of the needle bar take-up lever linkage. Get it on both sides, get it in the hole, get it everywhere. Wow. Holy cow, that right there was it. Right where I just put that was it. That just loosened it right up. Okay. So now we're going to put some more there. We'll put a ton of it there. We're going to make sure. Look at the crap come out of it. I don't know if you can see it or not, but it had some crap come out of it. That right there did the trick. Awesome. That was the main reason it was locked up. A little bit more crap came out. Everything that moves should have oil. Back and forth, up and down, whatever. Turns just inside a bushing, it should have oil. All right, now we're going to get to another spot here. I can. Well, I can, but whether I can get it so you can see it is a whole nother issue. So, okay. So what we're doing, this right here, okay. So where the part that we lubricated in here with that hole in it, with that small hole that loosened it all up, that's the top. That linkage, that's the top part of the linkage. And we gotta get to the bottom part of the linkage. I can see it right there. Make sure you can see it. Okay, so what we are looking at here, man, I wish I could get more light in there. There we go. Right here. This piece right here, okay? So that actually hooks to the needle bar. That's what runs the needle bar up and down, allows it to glide back and forth for a zigzag. And we need to get the rod that, in fact, you know what? It just looks nasty, doesn't it? I don't know if you can see that or not. Probably not. Okay. See that shiny piece back there? It looks really dirty. It looks really shiny in the video, but it's dark and black looking right here. Well, that didn't do us any good. Right straight ahead, right there, okay? It looks nasty. So we're gonna see what happens when we put a bit of oil on this. It may not be as bad as it looks, but it looks pretty nasty. I'm gonna get a rag and run over it and see if that makes any difference. All right, I got a nice white rag, brand new and clean. I'm gonna put this back there, see what happens. Well, if I can get it in there. Well, I'm obviously hitting it and moving the needle bar. There we go. Got a little bit of it. Look at that. Nasty. Nasty, nasty. So I'm going to see if I can keep working this and clean it up as much as possible. It's hard to get in there, but I really need to get as much of the crap off of it as possible so it doesn't dry up later on and become an issue. It needs to be cleaned and lubricated. Got a little bit more off of it. You can see just from me rubbing this on there, there's some black right on the end, some black crap. So, you know what? Let's do this. Let's take a small brush. And we'll use this one because it's more bristly. And we are going to get mineral spirits again. Got this brush, kind of big to get in there, but yeah, it's cleaning it right up. Cool. Okay. You want to clean that up and get it off. You don't want it damaging that shaft or locking the machine up later. So, then I'll just run it back and forth with those mineral spirits on it. I'm gonna get a little smaller brush. Okay. So we're going to use a little smaller one here. Ooh, some nasty stuff fell. I don't know if you saw that, but absolutely did. Okay. And we'll run that back and forth, just like that, and do it some more. Okay, and then I'm gonna push this out. The other side looks pretty clean. I don't think you can see that, but when I push it out, it looks pretty good. So, must be cleaning it up pretty good. Okay, all right. So we will let that be for now. I'm going to, this got dirt and stuff on it right here. I'm just going to kind of rub this on it, clean it up. Got some grease right here. See if that'll let go. All right, this is the next day. Today's Friday, December 1st. Anyway, it's just been a few minutes for y'all, but yeah, when I was cleaning that up and I got interrupted with a customer. I had to go take care of that, so on and so forth, lots of other stuff. Anyway, we got that piece on the needle bar cleaned up. And now I want to look at the needle bar area some more. Okay, so let's look here. I want to show you something. All right, so when you've got your zigzag, you see this right here? Okay, this is This is where you got your pivot on your zigzag. You see the bar there? We want to lubricate the top and the bottom of that bar. Okay, so if you're not, now that doesn't mean any of this because all that's set down with set screws, but down here on the very bottom and up here on the very top, and I'm going to show you. So first, since I've got this up, we're going to do the very bottom. So you see that screw right there, or right in here. It's where you want to put that, right at the bottom of that shaft. And then we're just going to move that back and forth because that shaft twists inside that frame. Okay, so we're getting the oil down there. Then I'm going to set it up here. Let's see if I can turn my phone. There we go. See this? And I don't know if you can see it. It's got that it's got that grease on it that they put on those that is horrible. If there's not a whole lot of it, just a little bit, then don't worry about it. Just put that over it, and that will loosen that grease up. If there's a bunch of it, then scrape it off. Okay? All right, so we got that. Working it in. Okay. Now, we got some more oiling and stuff to do in several places, but right here, this gear that you can barely see, that controls the zigzag. I'm going to show you. So when I move the gear back and forth, or the needle bar back and forth, you see the gear moving. So let's clean that grease off of there, okay? Because it's that lithium grease that likes to dry up and break stuff. So, and I'm kind of scraping, it's not doing well. So we're going to use mineral spirits. It's mineral spirits and a brush. See if I can find a smaller, but yeah, there we go. Smaller but stiff, more stiff brush. Ooh. Well, this actually, what I've got here isn't mineral spirits. This is denatured alcohol. It's just the one that I happen to grab and open. I'm going to put it on there and we're going to see, because this grease is more dried up than anything, and denatured alcohol is really good for dried up stuff. So we're going to see what it'll do. Looks like it's doing pretty good. Let's there we go. No, I wouldn't say that it's doing great, but it's doing decent. Okay, that's kind of softened up some. There's some right around here, around this pivot point as well. All dried up. Definitely not doing any good there. Wow, pulled it right off. That's cool. Okay. All right. That has cleaned it up pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's definitely gotten anything that will dry up hard enough to break it off there. I'm not sure that this little motor would have enough power to cause that piece of plastic to break, but it would definitely cause it to stop working. You could cause it to lock up and not move and not do a zigzag with all that grease on there, so all that heavy dried grease. So we got that off. I'm gonna dry it up some, clean it off a little bit. Just like this, maybe. We got to be careful. We don't want to break anything. It's not real sensitive, but there is some electronics here that we don't want to break. So, and obviously don't want to break the gear, but that's a little bit harder to break than anything else. And here, okay. So, I'm going to use regular tri-flow right here on this pivot point. Okay, where that pivots around that pin. And down the bottom. And any grease that was there, that tri-flow will help cut through that gunk. I just seen a comment on one of my videos, on the Singer Simple video, asking if tri-flow was so great because of the PTFE, then why didn't we just use a PTFE spray or something like that? Anyway, so the PTFE in this is nice. It's good. It provides a longer lasting lubricant. And in fact, a lot of the plastics in these machines, like the plastic gears and stuff, have PTFE in them to help with lubrication. But tri-flow also removes rust. Now, if it's extremely heavy, it'll only remove so much of it, but it removes rust, and it also resists the rust building up. So it helps to protect the metal and keep rust from ever occurring as well. Just like this old grease and stuff, it cuts through that. It cuts through it fairly quickly. Not as quickly as some stuff, such as the mineral spirits or other heavy chemicals. It doesn't cut through it quite as quick as that, but it cuts through it a lot quicker than just regular sewing machine oil. So there are a lot of advantages to using tri-flow. There are other oils you can use. You know, you can use high quality gun oils. They work great. Not the cleaner. Well, you can use the cleaner. You just can't use the cleaner as gun oil, or you can't use the cleaner as oil because it'll dry up. But yeah, you can use high quality gun oil. That works fine. I've got customers who talk to me about that. I use tri-flow because of the long-lasting lubricating effects, because of the ability to cut through crud, and the ability to stop rust as well. So if you want some of this, there'll be a link down in the description to it. Now, also, and I'll put a link down in the description to this. Superior Dry Lubricant. Tri-Flow Superior Dry Lubricant. It comes out wet, but it turns to a wax. It doesn't dry up and become hard. It doesn't attract crud, dirt, debris, lint, all that, right? So like your grease, if you've ever looked in the bottom of your machine, you've got grease on your gear, and there's just a ton of lint built up in that, or some of my videos shows that as well. This lubricates very similar to grease, okay, in sewing machines, but it does not attract all the crud and crap. All right, so it makes a great gear lubricant. It's not great for bushings and guides and stuff because they'll lock them up, but it makes a great gear lubricant and stuff. And I've got to clean this tube out again. I just cleaned it out in my last video and I got to do it again. So that's the one downfall to this. Dry lubricant does not come with a straw, and it does not come with a straw. It does not come with a straw because of this. But I use straws from the other because it works well. But if you plug it up, you might be able to put this on canned air, I assume. I don't know, I've never tried, but I assume. And then just blew the dried waxy stuff out of it so I can use it. And that right there is why it will not work very well on bushings or guides. Anything that's really tight around a rod, it'll lock your machine up. But for gears, it's perfect. I don't know if you can see that. I don't think you can. Let me see if I can get you to a point where you can see that. There we go. I think you can see that. So you can see it's you can't see where I'm putting it on that gear right now, but you should be able to see this, I think. Okay, so let's see. You can see how I put it on there, and as of right now, I've had this one open. I just leave them open, so as you leave them open, they dry up. Which I kind of like that better because it goes on a little bit drier. But you see how it kind of looks there, and it's still going to dry up more. It's still kind of liquidy right now. It's a paste type liquid right now, but it will become just a complete waxy base, and it works really good for sewing machine gears. Sewing machine gears and lobes, it works great on. Okay, so now we've got that done. I think I put some on there already, but I'm gonna do some more. We're gonna get the bushings up top here, okay, as well as a couple other things. So we're gonna put some oil here, and I'm going to turn this I'm gonna lean it back this way because I want that oil to flow into the bushing, not away from it. Okay, I'm gonna put it on kind of heavy. Then we're gonna turn it. And that turning is to help get the oil back in there. And you know what? I just noticed something about this. I don't know. No, it doesn't have it, I don't think. I'm gonna find out for sure. I don't think this will work. Some of the old machines, you had these holes like this, and it would oil the bushings. I don't think this one will. I'm gonna put that there, and I'm gonna leave it sit. And we're gonna watch and see if that oil goes down. I don't think it will. I don't think that bushing has a hole drilled in it so that it'll go down. But I may be wrong. Okay, well that does that. Then we're gonna move over here to this one. We're going to drop a little oil on here to the back of that bushing, right? It's on the back side of the bushing. And then it's going to be kind of hard to see, I think, but right here where the bushing comes out the other side and it's right up against this piece of plastic, I'm going to drop some more oil down there just to try to help make sure that everything's lubricated. Now, I'll show you something else. You see this? Right, right here, I can't get my finger under it. Okay, this is for the presser foot. It's a presser foot lift. And this is a cam. It's a cam that it rides on. So now it is plastic on plastic. It's got a lot of pressure over time. It can wear. In fact, I can see the wear on it. I don't know if you can or not. I can see wear on it. See the lines? See the little lines in there? Okay, they're not scraping off. All right, that's wear. That is wear from the plastic and from lint and everything else as this turns and it eats through there. In fact, that's a pretty good little line right there. That's wear on there. All right, so eventually it'll wear out. So in order to help prolong it from wearing out and protect it, we're going to put some Tri-Flow dry lubricant on it. And I'm turning this backwards right now because I want to get that directly under there. Okay, I don't want to get this so thick that it goes down to that bushing, but I want to make sure that this is well lubricated right there. All right, so that so that it protects it and makes it last longer. And I'm putting a little bit more oil here. I don't necessarily have to. I'm just doing it because I feel the need to. All right, now we are going to we're going to lubricate the tension assembly. So see where this moves, how this moves right here. All right, it's moving on this shaft, but way up here. We just want to make sure that that continues to move good. So we're going to drop some oil down in there, get on that shaft. It's a good bit of oil. And I'll need to clean that out to make sure that, yeah, I can see oil inside those tension discs now. I don't know if this may be too thick to get in there. Nope, it works. So I'm just getting the oil out of there, right? Out of that, but I want it on that rod. So we're good there. Now I'm going to put some oil on this pivot point just to make sure that we don't have problems on up above and down below, because there are two different places there. Okay, it's the same thing, same little piece, but it's doubled. So I want to make sure that we get that lubricated well, and you can see it move. Now we have a pivot point right here. I'm going to drop some oil on that. Okay, that just probably doesn't actually need it, but it's just to help provide a little bit more protection. Okay. Okay. All right. Now we've got that. Let me make sure. Let's look back over here. Yeah, that didn't go down. I didn't think so. I didn't think it would go down. So there's not a hole in there. This is just the way the frame was built for other machines. They kept it in there. It was cheaper to keep it built this way with that hole than to fill it up. but the oil doesn't go down to the bushing. So anyway, I've already got oil in it. Now we are going to move down a little bit. So we're going to move down here, just like I talked about in the last video. First, I'm going to remove this magnet, okay? Because I want to get that dirt out of there. Be careful with this magnet because they are brittle. You don't want to break them. This one, oh wow. Wow, this is cool. This is a metal one. I don't think I've ever seen a metal magnet in there before. They're usually a plastic. That's cool. That's a metal magnet. Very cool. They've used plastic magnets for I don't know how long, and I don't have access to. I don't think they even make the metal ones anymore. So that's pretty neat. Anyway, I'm cleaning all this out of there where that magnet goes. Make sure that's kind of cleaned out. Don't have to do it. I just like to clean it up and get the crud out of there. Less crud in there, less problems that you may have. Okay. And then we're going to put oil on this felt. You see the bubbles. We're going to turn it in order to get the oil to soak in, and it'll create more bubbles and soak further in. I'm going to burst that big bubble right there. There we go. And there are small bubbles coming up. I don't know if y'all can see that or not. Yeah, you can see them. You can see them. Those are some bigger ones there. Getting some busting. As this turns, it allows the oil to go down in between this pin and the gear that's under there, and it pushes air up through the oil. So now I'm going to do this, and on the cap of this pin, that oil, if there's any crap in there, I'm going to kind of set it level so that that oil stays right around that pin. It's kind of hard to do. There we go, I was on something. And what that's going to do for me is if there's any lint and dirt and debris around that cap, it's going to help to disperse it and help to bring it out so I can clean it. Doesn't look like there is. Doesn't look like anything coming out. I think I have a video or two that shows when there's a bunch of lint in there how it comes out. The oil pushes it out. But this one doesn't have it, so I'm going to clean that up. And then we're going to put some more oil on that felt, just a little bit. Okay, just a little bit, and you see it. You see more air coming out. So I'll probably put some more on there here in just a second. Okay, that'll probably be good. I'll pop that bubble, maybe. Okay. I've got enough on there that it's well lubricated. Now, these are pivot points, okay, for the feed dogs right here. These don't absolutely have to be lubricated. I like to put a little bit on there just to help make sure that they don't lock up. Don't get a bunch of crap in there and lock up. This also has to do with the feed system. Right here, this right here is a pivot point. So I'm going to drop some oil on there, and it's the same thing there. There's enough power there that more than likely it won't lock up, but I like to lubricate it. I like to lubricate pivot points just to make sure everything continues to run smoothly. And you can't, well, you can see it pretty good here. There's grease right there, that dang grease. They put grease everywhere. I hate that. Put a little oil there, pull that grease off there. Operate it a minute. I'm gonna put some more oil on it. Pretty heavy. Okay. Now, a lot of the stuff that I'm doing right now is not 100% necessary, okay? And it's definitely, if you're not doing a full service, you definitely don't have to worry about this. But I do it for my customers just to help make sure. I offer a 30-day warranty for them, and I want to make dang sure that everything's good for them. Okay? All right, we are going to turn this on its back. Okay, now we are going to lubricate some more stuff here, and I need to lift this up again so y'all can see it. So I will use my little DeWalt toolbox here, and I believe that we've already discussed this, right? In fact, I know we did, and it's still moving real well. I'm just going to add a little bit more oil onto it just to make sure that it continues to work good, and it is. Okay, so right here we have a felt, and that felt is to help lubricate this bushing. So we are just going to make it really, really wet. Okay, and I mean it's going to be sopping wet. We want it as wet as we can get it without actually dripping the oil out of it, right? So we want the oil to go into the bushing, not just drip down it, and actually there it is, it's already dripping down. So we've got some dripping down, but that'll be okay. We got plenty wet. We have another bushing, or not a bushing, we have another bushing, yes. We also have another felt. I don't know if you can see it. These felts do two different things. Number one, they provide lubrication. Number two, they help to keep crap out of the bushing to help protect them. So I assume you can see this right here. It's right next to this bushing. And that's really not a good. I should have done this when I had this power box taken out. Anyway, I think you can kind of see it there. Now I've just got to try to get in there and lubricate it. Okay. And we're just going to really make it real wet. Sometimes, yeah, when you turn the shaft, sometimes it'll turn. And this one does. So it makes it easy. And that one's real wet. Again, plenty wet. I'm going to show you something else. We can look this way, I think. You can see it. All right, so we have a little plastic piece right here. This is a plastic retainer. and it needs to stay pushed up against that, all right? It keeps it tight and it keeps it against that bushing. That's a little C-shaped plastic retainer. So make sure it stays there. Now, we are going to lubricate. I'm pretty sure that we have already done this. We're going to do it again. We're going to get these bushings right here, this one, and this one, in between that bushing and that stop, and then in between here. And then I'm going to use this gear, I think. Yeah. I'll do it right here. And we're just going to move that back and forth, just to make sure that that oil gets in there real good. In fact, I'm going to add some more, make sure I got the right stuff. Oil right here on this side of this bushing. And we'll do it again. Okay. All right, now that's good there. This right here is a setting. It's a setting for some of your stitches. Your what do you call it? It's the stitch length for your decorative stitches. And I don't want to get this off, but when you turn it, it turns inside these two little guides. And so we're going to put some lubrication on both of those guides, okay, to help keep it lubricated and doing well and moving like it should be. If you have any questions, let me know. Okay, now we're going to go back to our dry lubricant again, right there. And we are going to do some gears, some more gears. And bushings. So you can see that grease. I think you can see that grease right in there. Maybe. I hate that stuff. Man, look at that. Look at that. It's just dried, pretty much all dried up. It's not 100% completely dry, but it's dry enough to lock this up, you know. So the first thing I think we'll do is get we're going to use denatured alcohol again since it worked so well on the other one. We're going to get it in, well, I'm hitting the camera with my brush. It's a long brush, see? And it's hitting my camera mount. Sorry about that. And this is more of a stiff bristled brush. And it's doing pretty good. Now I've got that on there. This, I'm going to use this toothbrush. It's even stiffer, but I'm going to just leave it dry and see if dry it will help pull some of that off there. Not as much as I want. I want more off there. Look at that crap. You know, it's not, it won't break these gears. This motor, like I was saying on the other one, this motor's not strong enough for it to break these gears, but it'll absolutely lock it up and keep it from properly operating. Now I'll put a little bit of denatured alcohol on it this time, and I'm gonna work on cleaning it off. I got a clip right there. I want to make sure. Sometimes these things can be hard to find, so get all that crud off there, or at least as much of it as possible. I need something tiny. See if this point will work. No, it cleans a little bit of it out. Makes less. Makes it so that there's less in there, should I say. It's not cleaning out everything I want it to clean out, but it's doing a good job. I can go back here in a minute. Yeah, there's not much there, but a little bit. There is a little. I can go back here with a brush here in just a second and clean some more of that out of there. Just like this. Okay. And I want to get up there. I don't think that that's a big issue, but I'll make sure that doesn't become one. Oh, got a chunk out of there. Okay, I think we're good there. Put the lid back on this. Maybe. So I don't spill it all over the place. Get my rag, dry this out some. So I can put some dry lubricant on it. Okay. All right, make sure this dry lubricant is actually, before I do that, before I put the dry lubricant on it, I'll put some regular lubricant, like on the pivot points where it kind of turns. Come on. Right there. Okay, don't take a lot. Just a little bit. That's just to make sure that nothing locks up or freezes up. Make sure that dang grease doesn't cause it to lock up. Okay, now on the gear itself, we will put this dry lubricant. Just like that. We'll turn it there. A little more. This is probably going to be more than what's needed, but it's not going to hurt. This dry lubricant, it won't hurt it. Yeah, it's nice and thick. Okay. Make sure that it's well lubricated. All right, now onward. We are going to do these gears and lobes. So, I don't think I've explained this before, so maybe I'll do it right now. This lobe that I am cleaning off right now, this lobe controls the back and forth movement of your feed dogs. Okay? And then this other lobe over here controls the up and down movement of your feed dogs. Two different lobes, two different movements, 100%. And it takes, you have to have that so you can change your stitch length as well as create a back stitch. Both movements have to be separate. And before I put that dry lubricant on, I'm going to get regular lubricant on these pivot points, okay? So, which I think I may have already done. I'm not sure, but we're going to do it again. No, I haven't done it on this machine. Anyway, these are pivot points. And I have, on a Kenmore, seen this bar, one of these pivot points, lock up and keep it from feeding. Okay, it wouldn't feed nothing. It wouldn't go back and forth. All it would do is go up and down. All right? Or excuse me, it wouldn't go up and down. It would only go back and forth. Excuse me for saying that. All right? So, very important to make sure that this is lubricated very well. Okay, I'm not going to pull that out of there, but if you've never seen that, these are just pins, and on the end of them they come to like a cone, and they fit inside here. Inside here is made like an inverted cone, and it just fits in there, and then these screws tighten up on it to hold it in place. Okay, so it's not real fancy or anything. That's how most of them are made, and it works great. You don't tighten them up too tight. You just snug enough so this doesn't move back and forth, but you have to have lubrication in there. Absolutely. Okay, now you're going to get dry lube on this, and it goes on both sides of this. So here and here, because it rubs up here as well. Okay? So we got that, and we're going to turn. And I'll get some here and here. Make sure we have plenty on there so that we're doing a great job. And then we'll get it on this one, on both sides. Make sure we have plenty. Now we don't want it getting down here on this shaft for sure, because this stuff again will lock that up when it completely dries. All right, now I'm going to take that out of there, this little bit of grease. Not that that little bit's gonna hurt anything, but I'm just kind of OCD about it. Okay, now we'll put some of this on there. Make sure there's plenty. And we have plenty. Okay, so both of our lobes have been lubricated. Our gear's been lubricated. Both of all of our bushings, both on this main shaft and this feed shaft, have been lubricated. Everything, the two pivot points here are lubricated, so I think we're done on the bottom. If you have any questions, let me know. Put them down in the comments, and I will I will get to them and answer them if I can, or give you what help I can. If you enjoy my content, you like what you're seeing, and please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with somebody else who may need to see it, who may need help with their machine. So, and I have a number of affiliate links that go to Amazon down below. Whether you need tri-flow or you need a toolkit, the light that I use, or whatever, the workbench light, whatever it is. If you need something, if you're looking for something, and you're thinking about buying it, I'd appreciate it if you bought it through my link, because I make a small commission on all purchases made through my Amazon links, and that helps to fund the channel and keep me making content. All right. Anyway, again, if you have any questions, let me know. Put them down in the comments. Okay, and I think. Let me think about this a minute. Think. Oh no, I was going to say I think we're done, but we're not. We have forgot something. I have forgot something. Not we. Actually, a couple of things. Okay, so I forgot about the bobbin winder, or almost forgot about it, should I say, and we need to take care of that. So the first thing is I'm going to put a little bit of oil on it. So this right here is a stop. Let's see if we can get in there. All right, so this top portion is a stop. It keeps the whole thing from falling through. And then of course this is the bottom, so you want to get a little bit of oil right into that stop area, or right between the stop and the guide. This is the guide right here. Okay, so that it spins good, right? I don't know if I wasn't looking. This is the guide, this is the stop. And so we got oil in between the guide and stop. And just kind of turn it. Now, back here is a pivot point. Probably never need it, but again, I like to be safe. I prefer to be safe as to sorry. So put a little bit there, let it go down in there. All right, now the other thing is replacing that tire, replacing that bobbin tire. We are going to get it replaced. I don't know if I can do it this way or if I've got to do it another way. You know what? Let's do this. I think I can do it this way. Let's remove this spring. So we'll just lift that spring up out of there. I think. Well, I'm not going to be able to go anywhere there with that. So I'll put it back there for a minute. Yeah, this isn't going to work too well. So we are going to just remove the screw. Raise my light up. We will remove the screw. It's not too difficult. Maybe. Gotta have the right screwdriver. And that is not the right one. I tore the screw head up a little bit there. Okay. Nope. This one may not work neither. There we go. Good bit of pressure. It was nice and tight. Get that. If I can. Well. All right, I've got it loose, so let's use this other screwdriver now that it's loose. Get it off. Now, that spring will just lift up. You want to make sure you don't lose it. It doesn't look, yeah, it'll come out just like that. So I'm going to take it out and I'm going to sit to the side. All right. I don't know if you saw that or not. So let's make sure that you did. Okay, so I'm putting it back in. So the spring's something like this. You turn it this way, and then you turn it up and out. Okay. Now, we're going to put the bobbin tire on the bobbin winder. Just like that. Well, yeah, just like that. Sometimes it's not real easy to do. There we go. Just like that. Done. Done deal, Lucille. Make sure that the oil is off of the bobbin winder. Then we'll put the spring back on here. Probably be pretty tough to get that spring on once this is put back on the machine. Put this down. Be careful not to cross thread. Well, maybe trying to, maybe I should get it started with my fingers. I'm not doing too good here. All right, yeah. Make sure you don't cross thread that. So if you do cross thread, as long as you don't tighten it up real tight with a screwdriver, it won't hurt. You just need to unscrew it and start over. But if you cross thread it and then tighten it up, you'll probably rip the threads out of the aluminum frame. And I want to, before this gets too tight, I want to get the spring back in here. There we go. Whoop, it didn't stay. Try it again. It's hard for y'all to see what I'm doing, but I'm sorry. All I'm trying to do is get the spring in this hole, dang it. There we go. And then push that down, make sure it stays. Then we can start tightening this up again. Get the screw tightened down. We'll use this on a screwdriver to make sure it's nice and tight so that it doesn't come apart. There we go. And there it is. And let's see. Well, that's not how it works. Oh, never mind. I see how it works. It works off this here. So let's see if that. And it's not working. So maybe you don't know what I mean by it's not working. So I need to diagnose it, but let's see first. Okay, so when I engage this, the rest of the machine should not turn. So we see I've got it engaged. And when I turn the belt, the rest of the machine turns. So we have an issue here somewhere that is not, let's see if okay. So if I hold that, then it does fine, right? But, ow, that hurt. But if I don't, it doesn't. So we have a lubrication issue. So I've got to find that lubrication issue. Okay, so like I said, we have a lubrication issue. Well, now it seems to kind of be working. Well, still turning a little bit, but I need to find the problem. I need to find it and clean it out, because if it sits long enough, it'll start doing that again. So first thing we need is we've got to get in here. The clutch assembly is in here somewhere, okay? When this is engaged, this should turn, but you notice this is not turning. When this turns, there's a problem, right? So the first thing we need to do, I believe, I've never pulled one of these apart, so we're going to explore this together. First thing we need to do is pull this off, and that takes an Allen wrench. I've already found the Allen wrench I need, so it's got two holes, okay? You can't see what I'm doing. So there's one. Here's the other. 2 screws, should I say. I said 2 holes, I meant 2 screws. Okay, now I've got to get that into that Allen wrench screw hole. There we go. All right. They don't have to come out, they just need to be loosened. All right, so I've been in a few, yeah, see this? There we go. Oh my God. That dang grease. Okay, they use that grease and it's locking this thing down. Anyway, what I started to say is I've been into a couple of different type of clutch assemblies, and sometimes they're quite intricate and they've got lots of small pieces and parts. So you've got to be really careful. You got to really pay attention, and if you need to, you might want to take pictures. I'm just cleaning this grease off of here. This is one of the worst places for grease, as when it gets cold, it just locks up. All right, I'm going to take this belt off so we're not putting pressure there. Now I'm going to try, here we go. Okay, we are coming off. I don't know what's going to happen, no clue. No clue how it's put together. There it is, right there. Now, Look at that. Look at all that dried, burnt freaking grease. Insane. That is absolutely insane. Anyway, so how does this clutch assembly work? Now I can see it. This is it's a common way to do these, but just a little bit, it's common, but yeah, a little bit different. Okay, so they use a spring. They use a spring right here, which is connected to this plastic piece, and it'll be connected inside to another piece of plastic. I say connected, just more or less connected, kind of the same as this, or in metal maybe. I think that's metal, into the shaft where it turns. When this spring is holding tension, the whole thing turns, the entire machine turns. When the spring is released, then the outside will turn. So just see, I'm trying to turn this right now and I can't because of this lever holding it. Okay, once I let that off, then this turns, but that's not what I was trying to do. The spring came undone. And see, that's the whole thing. When that spring comes undone, that's it. There we go. Okay, so now everything hinges on that spring. Everything hinges on that spring. But there is a lot of grease rather than oil in here that's causing a problem. And without taking this whole thing apart, I cannot get this off there for the oil, so, or to get the grease out. So here's what I'm going to do. I have, there's a little hole right there. Okay, got some of that crazy crap grease in there. And we're going to use the mineral spirits because it's not hard. It's not dried up hard, but it is cold. And we're going to see how much we can get off with the mineral spirits. And it will absolutely go through the spring, so I can, right now I'm just putting it inside there where that spring is, okay, so that it will start working that spring. And you can, man, you can see all the crap. See it right there, right here. See all that? As I'm doing it, it's coming off. As I'm cleaning it off, it's coming off. That's insane. Putting grease in here is just insane. So hopefully this helps y'all. If y'all have a similar issue on how to clean this and then re-lubricate it so that it doesn't lock up. Because if you just put oil on this and let it be, that grease will dry it back out. Okay, so you have to do quite a bit of cleaning on this. Okay, I know that I'm not turning the machine. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to turn the plastic outside of the spring. Look at all the crap. Look at all the ooey gooey crap. We're going to put some more in here. Try to get as much of that as we can out. You can see it. You can see all that. Man, I wish I could get it out and clean it better. I really do. But this is gonna go a long way to cleaning it up. It's gonna keep it from locking down again, for sure. But I believe that in order to get this off, I'd have to pull that whole shaft out of there. I don't believe that it'll come off this way. I think this has to go back that way in order to release that spring. That means the whole shaft has to come out. And yeah, I'm not doing that. That's another 2 to 4 hours worth of work on this thing to pull that apart and do all that, then put it all back together. And because it's with a timing belt, get it all timed again. I think I can do, yeah, I can get this the way I want it with this. And what I'm going to do, I'm getting a call, so I got to stop. Okay, so I'm back. And I am finishing cleaning this. As you can see, it's kind of started to dry up again. I mean, it's nowhere near dry, but the grease and stuff is started to dry. So what I'm going to try to do is just add so much oil that it flushes it out. Actually, maybe I'll do it from in here. Just add a ton of oil in here while I turn it. And cause it to flush it out. Okay. In fact, I think in order to do a little better job and not waste quite so much oil, I'm going to turn this up on end and see if I can get this to hold some oil. Okay, looks like it's holding oil. Now I'll just rotate it and it'll take it around. And help to clean that out. And it looks like it's getting most of that grease out of there. Or getting it loosened up, and then I can pour it out here in just a minute. All right. Yeah, it's slowly weeping through this weep hole, and you can see it all building up on my hands and stuff, which is good. It's good that it's slowly moving, because as I turn this, it goes around and continues to break it all up. So now I need a rag, which is right here. And just dump it out on the rag. Not really going to see anything but wet oil. It's not actually going to be real dirty or anything. But that should have it pretty clean. Pretty clean, pretty much all there'll be just slight amounts in there, but it shouldn't be anything that's going to cause any major problems. Now, let's clean that up. Plenty of oil there. Now we need to clean this up. So the first thing will be to wipe all this grease out of there. And maybe it's not going to come out quite as easy. So we will, this is the mineral spirits. just so you can see what I'm doing. Use a brush and just put the brush in here, clean all that out, and go right here to get this. See how, yeah, it's cleaning it. Okay, and get inside there, because this is what actually, this is very, very important, because this right here spins on this shaft right here. Okay, so we definitely need all the grease out of there. When it's spinning without the machine moving, it spins on there. All right. Now, dry this off. Make sure you get most of that stuff off. It doesn't have to be 100% perfect, but it needs to be, 90-95%. So, because you don't want that mineral spirits tearing up your oil. Ow! Well, this isn't poking through there very well. I want to. There we go. This just to make sure that all the grease is gone and the mineral spirits is dried up in there before we put it back together. That's very important right there. Now I'll put some oil on this. Make sure it's oiled real well. Okay. And then before we put that together, we're going to make sure this spring is right where it belongs. Okay, it goes right there. I think it's as far as it's going to go, which is fine. I think it's all the way in. There we go. Okay, so this spring may or may not come out this end. I don't know. Looks like it's slowly moving some. So it may or may not, I don't know, but I don't want to tear it up finding out. So anyway, I think we got it mostly cleaned. Now we can put that back on there. Screw that on. Okay, so I'm screwing it in so it goes, and actually, yeah. So you can see how wet it is from that spring being wet inside there. And that should be okay. It should be okay. We're gonna find out for sure here in just a minute. If it doesn't spin very well, or if it doesn't engage the machine very well, then we know we've got to pull it back apart and dry it out. But okay, there's that. Tighten this one up. Okay. Now, yeah, I am holding down on the needle bar and twist. Oh, I'm twisting the wrong one. Twisting here. Okay, this is the one that matters. So I'm twisting that. That works. Let's engage that. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. That is beautiful. And then we undo it, and it spins perfect. Okay, so now putting the belt back on, which is simple. you want to, because this has this, well, you can't see, because it has this lip right here on it, you want to put the belt on the motor first, okay? Then put it around here. And then you can slip it onto this pulley because there's no lip right there, just like that, okay? And then so again, when we'll turn it, when we you can see the machine turns like it should. We engage the bobbin winder, and it works beautifully. Okay, perfect, perfecto. If you got any questions on this, let me know. Several small repairs on this machine, several small intricate repairs that are a little bit more difficult. So cool. Hopefully this is helping y'all. So we got that, we've got that. I think, just trying to go over, make sure we got everything. Lubricated the bearings, needle bar area, the hook, the feed dog drive system, changed the what do you call it there? The fuse. I think we're good. I think we're ready to start putting this sucker back together. Oh no, one more thing. And this will be, I thought about it earlier. And so this is what we're going to do now is make sure that the needle bar is all the way up. Okay. What we're going to do now is the needle threader. And so the main thing that we want to do is where this bar goes through the guides, we want to get it lubricated. So this, I don't know, I'm having a hard time getting this so you can see it. This is the bar, and we want to lubricate the guide. So if we just put it on the bar, it will run down to that guide. That'll be the top guide, okay? We'll run it a few times, and then I'm going to put it right in here on this spring, and it will go to the bottom part of the bar, which will go to the bottom guide. Okay? If you've got questions about that, let me know. And you see it dripping down already, so I've got tons of oil on that. Okay. All right, and I think that's it. Yeah, that was real simple. Just want to make sure that was lubricated. I'm going to get the excess off there real quick. Maybe. Probably need one of my other rags, but a little bit easier to do this with. But I think we'll be okay. Okay. All right, there's that. Now, all right, now we need to put this back together. Okay, so first things first, that's going to be to get this on there, and we need the 2 screws for that. All right. Now, this needs to be out of the way, and I don't recall where it was at. I don't recall how it went. I may have to, I'm I'm gonna have to go back, I think, and look at my video. Okay, so I went back and looked at the video, and it just comes out and goes around. I don't know. I personally think it would do better to go through the back, around and down, but that's not how it is, so I'm just gonna let it be. I need to get this other screw in. They may have it that way for a specific reason. I do not know. Line that up. The main thing is I want to make dang sure that that wire doesn't get caught up in this pulley and in this belt. Oh, you know what though? I didn't do. It's always important. This it's the little pulley idler pulley. Get a little bit of lubrication in there. They do once in a while lock up. So get a little bit in there, and I want to check. Yeah, that's pretty tight. Okay. All right, that's good on that. Now we can continue. Now, figure out. All right, we'll put the front on first. How fun. Got to get all these wires connected back to the way they were. Okay. And I may well have to go back and look at my video. I don't know. Sometimes these machines are quite complex. So this one, make sure you've got this little shoulder right here. It clips on that right there, so make sure it's turned toward that clip. That is the way it goes. I have no idea what would happen. I'm quite sure that you can plug it in the other way, okay? I'm quite sure it'd plug in the other way, and who knows what would happen if you turned it on with it plugged in the other way. Might blow it up. Okay, so then we've got this one. You see how it's got like the little wings on the side, and then it's got a centerpiece here. So it plugs in right here, and those wings are made to go around the outside of that. So just plugs in just like that. Just like that. Okay, and then this, I believe this will be the next one, which will go just up above, and it goes the same way, the wings to the outside, but it's shorter, so we're losing a lot of our space right here. Like that. Now I don't have as much space to tip it down. Okay, now the yellow one. Got the yellow, red, blue. So I need to look at the bottom real quick. Okay, so on the bottom we've got white and blue. All right, and I've still got to do that. I've still got to clean and, holy cow. All right, so I'm not ready to put those on yet because that's going to really, well, maybe not. Maybe not. I can put this white, well, yeah. See, the white one goes right here. That's going to restrict how far I can go. The red one goes here. That's going to restrict me. So I need to get all these put on first. This is that one goes there. Probably put this, is that going to, we're going to wait. We're going to wait on that, I think. Okay, we've got this one. And this one, I don't Let's see, this one I'm going to unwrap a little bit, so I've got a little bit more room. And it goes, okay, so see if I can get y'all in here somehow to see this. Okay, so I've got this. Only goes in one way. You can see kind of how it's configured there, and it goes right in here. So just like these two little bars right here go right in between that opening, right in that opening, just like that. Okay. Then we've got this, which is going to go right here. And this one is going to go to the outside right here. Now, what else? What are we missing? I need to make sure we're not missing anything, that I don't have anything hidden. Because once we do this, in fact, we're going to test it before we get too far. Right here. Well, we already talked about that. All right, so we're going to hook this one up. Okay, now this is getting to where you're not going to be able to see very well, unfortunately. But again, you've got the two little bars right there that stick up. You can see them, and it goes toward the inside in that little opening right there. All right, just like this, just like that. And then we got this one, and it's the same thing. And it goes right here. Then the yellow one hooks up. Well, you can't see. Okay, so I hooked the white one up if you didn't see that. Then the yellow one hooks up, same way. Okay. And I don't see any wires. And we've got the red one. Red goes on red. Okay. So red goes on red. Just like that. And I am working on getting these things lined up so the plastic will go back together and go under the screws and everything. Just like that. Okay. And we're, whoop, what just fell? Oh, heck, that screw fell out. I completely unscrewed it. Okay, so we'll get it started back. Get it under there, and then I'll just tighten it up. So it can't go nowhere. Now put this one under, and I've got something that's not working right over here on this other end. I've got to look at it and see what it is. Okay. Yeah. Nope. All right, this ain't working. So we're going to loosen these back up. Okay. Because that ain't going to work. We've got to be very careful what we're doing here. We can't just pull this off and yank it around because we have those wires connected. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this on its back. I put this up here. This will make it want to fall down where it goes. Okay. And then I can work. So I missed one. Oh, wait. Talk about that here in a minute. Okay. So this wire right here that we talked about earlier, I didn't get it hooked up, and it goes further in there, just like that. Okay, there we are. I've got the other side on the way it goes, and we're just going to tighten this up now. And then when I do this bottom, I'm gonna have to figure that out. Once I get this bottom on, then we're gonna test it before I put the rest of it together. Make sure everything comes on and it works. Which I think we're gonna do the bottom right now. You know what? We are. Now, here's the thing. I've got to clean this bottom. So I don't want to just put this bottom on and then take it back off. So I'm going to do something kind of crazy here. And I'm going to hook it up electronically, but I'm not going to hook it up physically, because I want to make sure it's going to work, that I've got everything hooked up the way it goes. Okay. So, you know what? We're gonna wait on this one, because I think this one's going to be a little more difficult to do with that blue one on first. So put that one on. Then we'll put this one on. Just like that. Okay, now let's plug it in and see what happens. See if it works, or see if we blow it up. Now I'm not really liking the fact that this is just sitting on this towel, but I don't know that I've got a lot of choice. So, because I can't really sit it on this. I can do this. I can set it up here. I can use this. Use my tools over here to hold this end. Okay, so I've just kind of got it set up like that. That keeps anything from getting caught underneath my towel. Now I've got this kind of sitting here, so we should be good. Don't think I have any electronics touching where they shouldn't. Okay. Now we'll plug it in. Whoa, made me jump. Okay, plug it in. Cool, turn it on. So, that works. Screen comes on. It's not real bright, but right here is bright for the screen. Oh. So, the screen just doesn't get very bright. It's hard to see. But it's on. Let me see. I don't know if you can see that or not. Turn my light away from it. Makes it hard to see these old screens. But we are there. Let me... Okay. See what happens. See if we can run this. Use foot control. Use foot control. Well, I want it run without the foot control. I don't think I have the foot control. I think I told them that I didn't need it. Dang it. Let me see what I can find. All right, so I didn't tell her that I didn't need it. It was in the case. I had just forgotten. I had to go get it. So we're going to plug it in. And we are set for a straight stitch. And we're going to see what it does. Make sure it doesn't fall off that. That looks good. Straight up and down. We're going to do a zigzag. There we go. Doing a zigzag. Now, we are going to do this right here, and we're going to watch the feed dogs. Okay, this is going to zigzag the what do you call it? Needle bar is going to zigzag, but we're more concerned about what the feed dogs do. They should be feeding forward and backwards. Okay, and you can see them. Be careful. If I get my finger in that, it'll rip it open. So you can see it feeding forward and backwards both, while the needle bar is doing its thing, doing a little bit of a zigzag. So that's looking like it's probably right. So we're good there. It comes on. Man, we're having all kinds of good luck. Everything's working right. Don't have to pull it back apart. Now we just need to clean the embroidery unit. So I'm going to see. Let's see. I can't see this well enough. What if I hit back? Okay. So there we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, so we'll hit back. That's what I was trying to do, make sure that was going to work. And it does. The embroidery unit's working. Okay, so back. Then we're going to shut it off. Okay. All right, now unplug the foot. Roll the cord back up in the foot pedal. Unplug the power. Unplug the power. Okay, set it down to the side. Now we need to unplug the embroidery unit. I am going to take this machine. Well, hang on. I want to make sure. That we're not going to go anywhere. So before I move this machine somewhere, we're going to make sure that everything's tight. The screws on the front are tightened up enough that it's not coming apart. Okay, so we got that on there. It's tightened up. Now, do you remember what other screw goes in this front? This one right here. Okay. And so if you remember, there's this, but there's a screw that goes in there too. It's a small one. It's long, but it's small. So I've got to find it. There it is. So that's the screw. Now, this thing is, you gotta make sure you get it in there correctly. Okay, let me see if I can. So this is a screw hole. And you see this little hole right here, right? That little hole is there to help hold this metal protector. So we go in, putting the screw in the hole. Okay, so the screw goes through the hole, and then this falls in just, is that it? Or am I messing up? I feel like I'm messing up. Nope, that's it. Okay, so this little piece goes right there. All right, and then we got to take this light bulb out of the way. Get the screw in here. Screw it down. Make sure we are where it needs to go, or it's where it needs to go. Keep the light bulb out of the way. Tighten it down. Carefully, not too much. There we go. We are good. All right. Now, I am going to set this machine off over here on this other table to the side. All right, so again, see all the crap, and yeah, we can see all the crap in there, all the dang dried grease, man. Using that dang dried grease. So we'll get that off in a minute. First things first is we're gonna pull this apart. And actually, I almost forgot. On these, before you take this apart, you have to take this apart. And there are 3 screws. There's one under here. So we're going to take these 3 screws off. 1, 2, move this, 3. Okay. Now, this should just come right out of here. Yep, just like that. So we have this piece that we take out. And I want a different container to put this in. Just, I don't want to mix these up. I have before, but I don't like to. So my embroidery unit stuff is going in this can. All right, so there was those 3 screws and then these 2. So you can see right here, see that right there and that right there. All right, so that whole piece and those 2 of those 3 screws hold this down. So that has to come off first. Then you take this off. Okay, and then there we are. And look at all that dang grease. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to get rid of that dang grease so that it doesn't become a problem. And okay, just making sure that there's no broken teeth anywhere. All right, so we've got the mineral spirits. We're just gonna clean these teeth off. I need to put this back here so I don't knock it down on my concrete floor and make a mess and break the glass and everything. That would be a horrid mess to clean up. Okay. Now I need my rag to clean that up. Okay. And then we're going to do this next one. I'll tell you what, if any of you have one of these machines that is no good, that no longer works, or if you have a Janome MemoryCraft 9000, I need this belt. So if you have a Janome MemoryCraft 9000, or you have this particular Kenmore machine, I will pay you for this belt. I'll pay for shipping. I'll pay for everything. I need this belt. Okay. I've had a MemoryCraft 9000 here for going on 2 years now, and I have not been able to find this belt. So, call me or leave me a comment here, or send me an email, richard@odessasewingmachine.com. Okay, send me an email and let me know that you have the belt, and I'll pay you for the belt. I'll pay you for shipping. It needs to be in good condition. Okay, obviously it's not going to be brand new. I realize that, but it needs to be like this one. This one's in good condition. Okay, the one on that 9000, half of this belt is rotten, and all that's there is just the cords. Okay, I really need that. So if you have one of these and the machine no longer works, the machine's no longer of use to you, or whatever, then let me know, and I'll buy it from you. All right. So anyway, let's continue. Let's continue with this. Okay, so that's not as clean as I'd like it. That's hard. That's why it's not cleaning up. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. Even after all that on there, you know, that stuff's just hard. It's just hard grease. That okay, I'm gonna put this away. Let's see if I can get a little bit more of that off there with my denatured alcohol. If I can find my lid to this. Okay, wipe my brush off. Stuff is just hard and doesn't want to come off. See how hard that is? Holy crap. It's crazy. It's crazy that they would use this kind of grease on a sewing machine. Anybody. Got a daggum fly in here flying around me. Thinks that he has a right to be in here. All right. Get all that crud cleaned up from that mess I just made. Got some lint in there. I better put this denatured alcohol away before I make a mess with it and knock it over on me. All right. All right, so for the most part, other than that grease, it doesn't look too bad. There's a little bit of dirt right here. Move that and then try to wipe this out of there. Clean it up some. Okay, now oil. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to put oil in the guides. Okay, so what are the guides? Here's one of the guides right here. So we're going to get oil on that. Make sure we have plenty of oil on it. Okay, so we've got oil dripping off of it. It looks like it's working well. Okay, now the other guides, one's here and one's here. So I'm gonna run this. Okay, I'm gonna run all the way this way. I'm gonna put oil here. Well, put that back on. Put oil here because I want to get it on the back here and here, as well as here. Okay, so just like that. You see all the black gunk on this one right here. Okay, and I think I'm only going to work one side at a time because this one's kind of nasty, and I can even feel that. I don't know if it's part of that grease that got on there and dried up or just the drying oil. I don't know. You can see all that gunk right there. So now what I'm going to do, you can see it coming off over here. I'm gonna try to clean this up some. Get as much of that gunk off there as I can. Off and out. Off the shaft, out of the bottom, whatever. And then we're gonna oil this again. I'll put it over here, like that. Okay. We got some under here. I'm gonna clean this up. Okay. Put oil on that again. Get some here again. Okay, I think we're good there. Clean up the excess. Okay. So we got all that crap off there. Now, we are going to, you see the gear, we're going to put just a little bit on the center of that, not a whole lot, so that it lubricates where it turns at, that pivot point that's on turning. And then we have another one way up here, same thing. You may or may not be able to see it, but I'm doing the same thing, okay? We'll turn that. Now, that makes sure that that's lubricated. Now we're going to work on this guide here. So, get plenty of oil on that. And then here, I think, yeah, this one's important, but it's not quite as important as this other one. That doesn't sound right. It has less mechanisms here, is what I'm trying to say. Where this has more mechanisms to lock it up and stuff, that guide it, that can lock it up. This one only, this rides on and only has one mechanism under here. So it's less likely to cause problems. So I lubricated that. There wasn't any really nasty stuff on it, so I'm not too worried about it. Just making sure that it's nice and lubricated is the main thing. Okay, now we are going to get our dry lubricant again. Okay, so this dang fly getting on my nerves. We're going to get the dry lubricant and put it on the gears. So there's 3 gears right here. I want to get it on, make sure it's on there good. And there's another place I want to put some oil here in a minute, and I'll show you. I'll tell you why. Okay, I think that's probably good on that. Okay, I've got several more gears, but before we finish, this right here, this isn't so much a guide as it is just to make sure that it's square, to make sure that this turns, but the piece that rides on it's right here, it's really close tolerance, so it moves back and forth on it. So we want to make sure that we have that lubricated. We want to make sure we have it lubricated on all sides. That side's already wet. This is the only one that's not. There we are. Okay. So that's well lubricated. Now, again, gears. Put it on plenty heavy. Okay, and I'm gonna run this back and forth. We're gonna get some lubrication right here on all of this. Okay, I think we're good there. A little bit more, just to make dang sure. Okay, so if you're wondering, well, how does this move? I mean, how does this register? How does it know where it's at when it's running? So it's real easy, okay? And you probably, if you're taking it this far apart, you need to understand, okay? And I'm actually missing one. I don't see one, but we'll find it. So right here is a sensor. And this is a sensor for the movement this way. And this right here goes into it. You see that? Okay. So it knows where it's at. When that comes this way, the brain of the machine knows exactly where this is sitting. Now we've got to do this one. So you see this, right? This is another one. And the sensor is right there. So when this is sitting there, it knows exactly where it's at. So the way it works, you put a design in, you program it, and it starts from this position. It says, okay, we know where we're at, and so we need to go this far and this far. Okay, and then it'll start working. And every calculation that this makes is based off of this position. Okay, so all of the design, however many hundreds or thousands, actually it's going to be thousands or 10,000s of stitches that it makes, is based off of this position. So when you turn it off, right, and then come back later and you turn it on to finish your design, say that you turn it off here, right? You've turned it off. Now it don't know where it's at anymore. So what it does is it tries to reestablish, okay, where are we supposed to be? So I don't remember which way it goes first, but anyway, it will go back to this position right there. It says, okay, we know where we are. We know where we are now. Now where do we need to be? What stitch are we on? And so in a fraction of a second, it calculates however many thousands of stitches and goes to that position. When you stop in the middle of a project. That's pretty wild, isn't it? Computers are pretty crazy what they can do. Anyway, that's just a little information for you to know. That's pretty much it. We have cleaned what little bit of crud was in there out, gotten the grease out, put the dry lubricant in there, so it should be good. This is still kind of wet. I wonder, I don't like that. We're going to put some more dry lubricant on this to make sure that there's plenty of dry lubricant, not mineral spirits or something. There we go. Now, that will dry up in there. Okay, that's what I wanted. We'll be good. All right, now to put this thing back together. Okay, now we'll put this back together exactly the opposite of how we took it apart. Make sure this is kind of cleaned off and wiped off. Clean this off here. This is, well, there we go. Okay, so clean this little felt right here off. Make sure it's good, not dirty or anything. Clean this off. Make sure it's clean. and we'll put it back on first. I want to clean that up a little more inside those holes. Not that it's not going to hurt the machine. I just want it to look better. Okay. So this needs to move. And that sits on there like that. Excuse me. Now we need to get all of our screws out. Not too many of them for this. Got 6 of them. So these 2 short ones. Here. I got a little dirt in there that I don't like. Not that it'll hurt anything, I just don't like it. Okay. And then I got my rag caught. There we go. Alright, we got that done. Now let's get the other part on. So we'll turn this around. Wipe that off, but it still looks kind of dirty. Okay. All right, now clean this off. Take the brush and wipe it down. Wipe all the dirt and lint off of it. Now that's just to help keep the lint out of the embroidery unit. So just like that. Then we'll put it back on. Just like that. Put the 2 end screws on. And then we'll do the middle. There's that one. Not going to tighten it up completely yet. And this one. Move that. And then this one. We'll tighten that one up. Tighten this one up. And it's not real tight. We're just bringing them up snug. They don't need to be real tight. Tighten them too much and you'll break the plastic. Now we need to put the back on the machine. All right, so now get this back on here. Make sure that we get on there correctly. That's out of the way. This is down. Pull that back some. Line these up like that. And it popped off. Okay, hold that. It's not, something's not right. Something's not right. Okay. It's not. Some of these can be a pain. Okay. There we go. Down. Why is that not going? There we go, but still not right. There we go. There it is. Some of these are a pain to get back together, but that is rubbing hard. So it's not right. Something's not right with it. Looks right, but it doesn't feel right. The screw in the end, it wasn't loose. That's what wasn't right with it. That's why it wouldn't go on. Now that feels right. Okay. So you remember the screw that was in the end, it just wasn't quite loose enough. It wasn't going in there right. All right, so there's that. And there's that here. And then we'll do this one. That screw right there, that's the one that wasn't loose. Now we'll tighten it up. And then we have another one. Yes, we do. We have two more in here. You remember those? Okay, so do I have, yes, wrong one. Here we go. So here's this longer screwdriver to make sure I can reach in there and get that one tightened up. Okay, then we have one right here. Okay, so both of those are tight. I think we've got all those external screws tightened up and put in. Now we're ready. Let's see, we can put the bottom on, or actually we'll put this piece on, then we'll put the bottom on. We'll put this piece on, and then this bottom, then the regular bottom. Then we can do the end, this end, and the top. And it'll be about ready. All right, so here's this. We're gonna get it put on. It looks nice and clean. Raise up the presser foot. Now, this kind of has to be stretched a little bit. So I'll just kind of put it over the edge, stretch this, drop it down as far as it'll go. I've got to lift it up a little bit to go over the feed dogs. And there we are, all the way down. Now, we need, oh, well, sorry about that. I'm horrible about that. I need to set this up on its end. We need to get this screw. Pour all this out here. There's that and that and that and that. Tons of stuff. We got some repairs to make too on the bobbin case and needle plate. Let's see, this one, that's not it. That one. All right. So. Screw that down. That's that. Now, we need to clean this up. So, trash can over here. Just wipe this off into the trash can real quick. Then I'll wipe the rest of it out with my rag. And we're going to lubricate this as well. Okay, so we will use regular tri-flow. We'll put it right here, just like that. Just to make sure that stays nice and lubricated. Then we'll take the dry lubricant, It's already dried up in there. Put it there, over, and there, just like that, over. Now, very important. Feed dog drop mechanism. Feed dog drop. Very important to make sure this is in the right position or it won't work, okay? So I can put it on this way or I can put it on this way. Either way, this will fit on there. This thing is all the way up where it should be. If I put this on like this little pin will drop on this side of this and it'll never move. This won't move, okay? So we are in the feed dog up position. We're going to put this in the feed dog up position. See the little lines? Just like that, okay? And then we're going to put it on there. Oh, yeah, I've already got the lubricant on there. So, all right, just like that. Now we can put the screws in it. And I need to find the right screws for it. These two are a little bit of longer gold screws, okay? Not real long, just a little bit longer. And there we go. And again, just like that. Okay, so now that's on. Now we can put the bottom to this thing on. Dang fly. When I'm able to catch him, he'll die. Now, I forgot. See that? I forgot to tighten it. Not every screwdriver will fit in there, but I think I have one that fits. If I can find it. Otherwise, I have to take this back off, which is not a real big deal. All right. Nope. Well, this one might. This little one might. Doesn't fit in there right because it's a short. I need a longer one, but it will do the job. That's what was required. There's a job be done, and that will do the job. Okay. Now we'll lay it on its back. And this takes a little bit of work. All right. So, get this over here. This goes under, obviously. And before we hook anything up, we have got to get these two pieces back in here between the panel, between the electronic panel and the outer panel. Want to be careful not to scratch anything up. Not to mess up the electronic panel. Okay, so there's the blue one right there. Now we'll get the white one, maybe. And there's my dog barking. Okay, so all right, so we got the wires through here. Now let's get them hooked up. Okay, so whoop, hitting my, see if I can tighten this up some. There we go. Tightening the end up so it doesn't move quite so easily. All right, so the blue goes on the blue and the white goes on the white. But the way they come through, it's kind of crazy. So anyway, I think I'll put the white in first, if I can. Have to turn it. See the little tabs right here? All right. they go in between, in that hole down here. I don't know if you can see it or not. See if I can get some more light. The bottom of that connector is open and has a couple of little slides there, or openings. And so these tabs go, as I've got the machine right now down, but it would be turned inside toward the machine. So get that turned, pushed in, just like that. We're good. Now, let's see if I can get this over this. And it's the same deal, the exact same deal here. So those tabs go down. This one's harder to do because the wires don't come through in the right order. So there we go. You have to want to be careful with this. Make sure that you don't mess up those pins when you're trying to put it in. If it doesn't fit or doesn't go, don't force it, because more than likely the pins are not lining up. So there we go. Yep, there it is right there. Okay, we got it. Make sure everything's in. Both of them feels good. Just like that. All right, now we will put the screws in the bottom. Okay. Yeah. So it's going to be the 4 bigger screws. These right here. I guess I can use this one. This is a little different one than I was using. It'll work, I think. Make sure it's in the lined up in the hole correctly. And then I'm gonna screw it up tight. I'm not gonna make it tight, I'm gonna screw it tight, and then I'm going to back it off about a half a turn so that this will move. And then I will look down, let's see. Here we go. All right, I doubt you, well, you can kind of see that. Well, you can't. But anyway, I look down this hole to make sure that the holes are lining up, and I'm gonna have to raise it just a little bit like I did. And then I can go ahead and get this started. There we go. I'm gonna move this whole thing kind of back, kind of like that, now that I've got those 2 screws in it, so that y'all can see it better. All right, this hole, let's see, let's loosen that just a hair. Okay, this hole should already be, with the 2 screws in there, this one should be lined up. Doesn't always work that way, but should be. And lift on that, because it should be, and what actually is seems to be a little different. There we go. So I'll lift it up on the back of it, and it lined up the holes. That right there is why you don't tighten the screws up until you get all of them in. Now let's see what this one will do. Got 3 in, see if it'll automatically line up or if I need to. Oh, there it goes. Cool. All right, now I've got all 4 of them in. I can tighten them up. They don't have to be killer tight, just tight enough that they're not going to come undone. Okay. All right, now we need the bottom cover, and it will go on. Actually, you know what, I'm not going to put the bottom cover on yet. I think I'm going to put this cover on first. So we'll set this up like so. Get this cover. Make sure that it's pretty clean. It's got a little bit of dust and dirt on it. And I'll wipe it off. I like to get as much out of the machine as possible. The less that's in there, the hopefully longer it'll run with fewer problems. Okay. All right. And it's got a little bit of just dust inside of there. Overall, it's not a big deal, but I'm kind of OCD about it, and I want it to be clean for my customer and look clean. And now, because I did that, I'm going to open it up just to make sure. All right. This back on there. And I will get the top screw, not the one that you can see there, but this one here. It's kind of up under there, right there. Tighten that up. Okay, then we'll turn this over. And we need, let's see, I need to see first. I think, yeah, that needs to go on there first. So I'll get this, and these screws, if you've lost them, or if you're not sure, they're a flat-headed screw. See that? So it's very important to use these flat-headed screws. Otherwise, when this thing sits up, it'll sit on those screws and it won't sit right. Okay. So I'll start this one here. Just like that. Then I need to get this piece. So if you remember, we pulled this off. Okay. And the screw goes through one side, and this other side hooks right there on that little latch to keep this to help make sure this doesn't move. So, and it's important which way it goes. So it won't fit this way like that. If you can see that. Okay, it doesn't fit like that, so we flip it over and it's not fitting that way neither. Maybe I had it right, just turned wrong. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I did have it right. I just had it turned wrong. So how it does not go is like that. See that? It won't fit that way. So we turn it over and we just have to turn it till it fits on there, just like that. Okay. While I'm holding that, I get the screw, get it in there, and you see it didn't stay, which is fine for right this minute. I'm gonna get that screw taken up a ways. And then I will pull this around, get it back in place. Get it
can be kind of a pain. All right, so that's about where it goes. I'm gonna tighten it up some here to keep it from being able to move so easily, like that. Then I'm gonna try to turn it just enough to, there we go, get the fit on there. Then I can finish tightening it up, just like that. So there it is. Now I can put the rest of these in. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Find my flat screws. How many more do I have? I have 1, 2. I don't know if this is a flat screw. I think it goes inside it. Yeah. So this is a smaller screw, just like that, and it falls down inside. And I'm looking for my other flat screw. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. So I have 2 more flat screws. We'll get them both put in, then we can go look at the top. I'm gonna raise this up some. There we go. And here we go. There's that. Make sure that these are tight. They don't have to be super, super tight. Just tight enough that they're snug. Just like that. Okay. Raise this up. And then you want to remember to put the handle on. Okay. Now, the handle has little, I don't know, grips or whatever you want to call them, like that. So you got to get this on correctly. If you look here, well, battery's dying. If you look here, the main hole of the handle goes here, and then this lower one right here is made to catch on that. So this would be the wrong way to put it, you know, because we're not going this way. We're going like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on the right side first. Okay. Make sure it goes all the way in. Now I'm going to bend it a little bit carefully, so I don't break it. Get it to pop on, put it down, make sure that it works right, and now we can put the top on. And the top, oh, but I'm forgetting something. Do you know what I'm forgetting? And, there it is. Okay, so I am on these Genomes. Basically, it's a Genome. Kenmore's and Genomes, this type, with this type, you've got your presser foot knob, presser foot pressure knob that you don't want to forget. So there is a black washer, just like that, that goes on first. And then you have a spring that goes on there. And then you have this piece. And as you can tell, there's a little, it's not a groove, but it's made to go in a groove, which if you look here, you can see right there. My hand's in the way. You can see right there where that goes. So I'm going to take the spring off, and it goes just like that. And you can see it doesn't move, but the spring's got to be on there. So this is where it can get tricky, because you got to get that on there, and then you got to put the top on. The this thing isn't going, we'll normally try to, yeah, see, it'll pop up. So you got to kind of have it about where it goes. And then we've got to get this on there. Hang on. And you saw it move right there. And this is how it gets kind of tricky, because you got to get it on there and then realign it again. Okay, so I'm gonna get this up here, just like this. Well, nope. Ah, I forgot. Okay, so this side has to go in first, just like that. And then this other side drops down. And now you got to make sure, I can put this down now for a minute. Okay, and it's not lining up. It is not lining up. So we can take this back off and see why it's not lining up. Besides the fact that I knocked it off. Okay. Try this again. There we go, right there. Put it back on. Bring this around. Come on. There we go. Down you go. Okay. Now, push down. There we go. All right, you have to push down, not real hard, just enough to get it to go down, and then start, if you need to, start turning and it'll pop down. Now, the trick is to keep this on there. And you have to line this, which I got it aligned, otherwise it won't go on, and this has to go down. And got to make sure that everything on this back has come down and lined up. Everything looks good. Now we can put this screw in and then put the screw in on this end. So this is going to be a longer screw. If you remember that, we'll drop that down in there, maybe. And that takes one of the Torx heads. I don't remember which one. That one's too big, I think. We'll see if this one works. This one will at least work for a minute until it gets tight, and then I may have to get a different one. Nope, we're good. We are good. All right, so I already had the cover on and everything. Talking about what I was doing, and looked over at the camera and realized it wasn't on. So I just pulled it back off. Now, we're gonna put this back up here. I'm gonna put this on here, and we're going to just snug these up so that I can close this and get it to sit where it's supposed to, and then carefully open it and tighten the screws up. But when we tighten the screws up, we have to be really careful because we're screwing into plastic. You tighten them up too much and you'll bust the plastic. So we'll put the screw through the screw hole, and then bring the lid to it and screw it in. Now, you see it moves. I want it a little bit more. I want it to move, but not real easy. Okay? Then we'll get the other screw. And I'll put that in. Slightly tighten it up. We'll see how this moves or not. Yeah, it's not moving at all. This one does, but this one doesn't, so I got it too tight. So we'll back it off. There we go. Well, now I think it's too loose. There we go. All right, now tighten this up just a hair more. There we go. So kind of popped as it closed, taking the right place. Now I'm going to open it. I'm going to reclose it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that when I closed it, it was closing in just the right spot. Now, I will go ahead and finish tightening these up carefully, being careful not to move the cover, hopefully, and being careful not to bust the plastic out. And there's a little bit of dust in here that I want to pull out. Okay, there we go. All right, now I'm just going to close it with one finger. There we go. That's like perfect. Okay, now I've got to do just a little bit more and we're almost ready to test this thing, see what it'll do. So I'm going to close that. We're going to put the hand wheel end on. All right, and it doesn't have any specific way it has to fit. It just goes on. So, I mean, obviously you kind of want it to line up there. So if you push it up and you turn it, you will feel how it goes, right? So, and then you push it on just like that. Okay, now, I think we talked about doing some repair on a bobbin case. And, yeah, that too. So, if we can see it here. You see the damage there. Okay, I need to sand that out. And there's a little damage there. I don't know that it's enough to cause a problem. A little bit there. We'll probably do a little sanding on it, just to make sure it doesn't look like any real bad damage. I think, yeah, there's a little bit right there. We'll sand that. Okay, so let me grab some sandpaper and we'll get it started. All right, so we're going to use an 800 grit. You can use 5 to 800 grit. I suggest that you use 800 grit. You can see here P800. This is one of the last decent pieces that I have, so I probably need to get some more. This works really good for doing this, about an 800 grit. I want to go over a couple things. This is a 50 grit. If you use this, you're going to make this really, really rough, and it won't be any good for anything anymore, so don't use that. This is a 3000 grit. It'll work and it'll do a great job, but you're going to be a long time working on this, possibly hours. If it's not quite soft enough or smooth enough after you're done with the 800 grit, then you can take something like a 1000 or 3000 grit and go over it again. So we're going to get started with this, and you can see what that looks like, right? And I may, depending on how well this works or not, I may take my knife and just kind of scrape over it to speed the process up a little bit. Cool. Looks like it's working well. I'm going to do a little bit more. So what I was talking about with using my knife to scrape over it, sometimes the needle will have enough sticking up that it's hard to take it all off with sandpaper. And so if you take a knife and just kind of scrape over it and scrape the larger pieces off, you can go over it with sandpaper and clean it up. But in this case, I didn't need to. But if you do that with a knife, you've got to be really careful. You're not looking to gouge it. You're not trying to cut big chunks off of it. You're You're just trying to remove the pieces that are sticking up that are causing a problem, and then the sandpaper just smooths it out to make sure there's nothing left. Okay, so you see that? And in the camera, it looks like there's something there. There probably is to some point, but when I run my fingers over it, I can't feel it whatsoever. And that's what counts, you know. And actually, it looks like a little piece pulled off, which if it pulled off that easy, that's okay, that's cool. We don't want thread to catch on it. If my fingernail can't catch on it, then the likelihood that thread's going to catch on it is very, very minute. I will go over it just a little bit more just to make sure. And I'm going to put a little bit of pressure on it just to make 100% sure that I don't have to come back and do this again. Okay. All right. And overall, that's looking good. Nothing, my fingernail's not getting caught on or nothing, so we're good there. So now I'm gonna just kind of clean that up. That's really not a big deal. I don't have to do this at all. I just don't want it growing. That little bit of damage is from improperly installing this thing and starting to tighten the needle plate up on it. That's what that's from. And I just want to make sure that it doesn't get worse and cause any problems in the future. Okay. There's that. Now, this has the potential, it's not, as it sits right now, it's not a big deal. But it has the potential to cause a lot of problems. If that thread gets caught on one of those little grooves that you see there, they'll start cutting into it. And then that will cause some severe looping, severe. As well as yanking your bobbin out and getting it damaged more, and yeah, that right there, that little bit right there can cause some pretty extreme damage if it gets worse. Okay, got a little bit more right here. My camera's not wanting to, yeah, and that's, I'm still having, I can still see some there, so I'm gonna have to work on it some more. Because this is pretty important. This is pretty extremely important right here. Even if I've got to get my knife out and scrape over it or whatever, and then go over it with sandpaper, whatever it takes. This has to be taken care of. It is quite important. Okay. I think that's looking pretty good. I don't see anything. I'm going to get out from under the camera and look at it through my magnifying glass. just to make sure. And it's looking good. It's looking good. Okay. And then I'm going to go over this a little bit. And again, this isn't a big deal wherever it was right there. It's not a big deal at all, but I don't want it to become a big deal. You can see right there, just barely see it. Okay, I think that's pretty good. And then we will, let's see, will we or will we? No, I don't think so. I don't see, it looks good. Overall, it looks good. There it is. Kind of what I was looking for. And again, that's no big deal. I just like to make dang sure. I like to make 100% sure that it's not going to be a problem for my customer. And these are all things that you can look for on yours, because if they get worse, it will cause you problems. This stuff right here is what will cause looping. Okay? Any damage to this thing whatsoever. And I think we're good. All right, so now we're going to put the bobbin case back in its place. So how does it go? So you see this little piece right here, it goes right up against this little spring. This little spring right here, okay? And then this goes right up against here. It doesn't go over it, it goes right up against it. Okay, so see how it moves just like that, and they'll actually push on that spring just like that. That's what you want. And then on this side, you see how that just fits up against it. Okay, so that thread comes up in between this metal piece and this bobbin case, and then it goes in between these two pieces. So it's very important, and this has to sit in there just right. Okay, if you have any questions, let me know. As well, if you're enjoying this, if this content is helping you out, then do me a favor and like the video and subscribe to the channel and share it with someone else who might get benefit from it, who this might help. All right. So now I'm going to make sure that this is pushed all the way up here, and then we've got to repair this plate. So, whoop, I tapped that like I was tapping the screen, trying to adjust the focus. So you can see the damage. We need to clean that up. All right, so give me just a second. Okay, so we're fixing to clean this up. How you do it? You can use a Dremel tool if you'd like, or you can use a drill. There are hand methods as well. There are small files that you can use. I've got my file is in my, or no, here it is. So in fact, you know what? I'm going to do part of it with this so you can see how it works. And I'm going to do the other part with my drill and Dremel. And I will have, all these tools are available down below this video in the description. Okay, in the description of the video, whether you want a a bit set, a drill. I don't know if I have a Dremel down there or not. I have to look and see. Or this little file. All right, so if some people are uncomfortable with using something like this because you do have to be careful. And so you can take this just like this, and just kind of clean it up. It takes longer, takes a lot longer. Just move it back and forth like this. Okay, and if you can go in and out, then that works too. There's a couple of different versions of this one. This one has a flat back on it. Some of them are completely round and a little bit smaller. Doesn't matter, whichever one, just as long as it works. But this is what they're made for. Or should I say this is one of the things they're made for. So I'm pushing kind of hard with this in order to knock that top off there, knock all the rough edges off of it, and you can see I've already removed quite a bit. You want to be really careful. This up here is not going to hurt the what's on top is not going to cause it to loop, but it can grab your fabric. Okay, so you can kind of see what I've done there. I'm going to finish it off with this so you can kind of see how this works. Excuse me. When we do this, all right, we're not just going to stick it in here and sit here and go. What we want to do is move it back and forth. When you have damage like this, it can kind of be hard to get it moving back and forth because this can be really kind of difficult to get over that damage without it getting stuck in one spot. So you have to be careful. Start off just kind of light going over it. And as well, the speed on this drill isn't that fast, so I can go full speed with it. If you have a Dremel, you want that Dremel set on the lowest speed possible. The faster you go with it, the more possibility of damage. Okay, so I'm going to start off over here toward the side and then put it in, and I'm just barely touching it and just start going back and forth. Okay, blow the excess metal off of that and we'll take a look at it. So I have knocked most everything down, but I still have a gouge right there that thread can get caught in, and I need to get that fixed. I could take my file and just kind of file that out, but it's kind of hard to whoops, I'm out of the camera. It's kind of hard to get this in there into that small area like I want. Or let's see what we did. Let's see if we did anything at all. Did a little bit, not a whole lot, but a little bit, but you can see the tiny grooves that the thread can get caught in. We're going to use this drill a little bit more, see what I can do with that. Okay, now that I had already gotten the initial part of it off, so it'll move a little bit better, I put a little bit more pressure down because it's not near as likely it's going to get caught on something and just start destroying it. But I can still see what looks like a small groove. Yep. And that small groove will grab the thread. Okay, so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to turn around backwards. Yeah, it's not often that you see them come all the way through the back like that. Normally the needle will break before it comes all the way through, but this one sure does. Okay. All right, so on this side of it, we have definitely got that taken care of. All right, what about this side? What's it look like from here? I still don't like it. I still do not like it. I think, yeah, it's still got something there that can grab the thread. So put this in angle. Kind of move. I want to get the top of it a little more without going all the way through it. I'm trying to keep from creating a huge hole here. And quite honestly, the damage on this is fairly severe in this one spot. And it's still right in the center. Got just enough damage that it might cause a problem. So and I don't think that I'm going to end up having to take more off this than I really like to, because you can still see that. I think we got it then. Yep, we got it. All right. So there's still a groove in there, a small groove. Okay, but there's nothing there that's going to grab a hold of the thread. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now I need to clean this side up. Okay, since that file did so well on the other side, I'm just going to use it on this side. I can use another Dremel bit that's a little bit bigger to do this as well. Okay, that's pretty smooth. And if you want to, it's up to you. If you want to, you can take 800 grit sandpaper and go over it just to make sure that everything's nice and smooth and not too rough over the top. And you can even use go back with 1,000 or 3,000 after that to help ensure it. But that's looking really good. Okay, so this is very important. This is very important in getting this cleaned up so that your thread does not loop. Okay, now I'm putting that on backwards. Don't put it on that way. All right, so this is up here, this is here. It fits in there perfectly, that's there. We will put our screw back in. See if I can find my longer screwdriver. Here we go. I'm going to open this up, make it a little easier. Okay. There we are. So now the needle plate and the bobbin case are repaired. Okay, I think that's it. I think all we got to do now is just test it. All right, so I'm going to go over this. We're going to talk about it. This is the bobbin that was in there. You see, let's get a little bit closer. Make sure that you can see this. You see how this bobbin just kind of fits inside. You see the curvature to it and everything. This one, the one in my right hand, this is my right hand, is flat. The one in my left hand, the one that came out, is got a curvature. All right, this is a class 66 bobbin. Pretty much only select Singer machines is all this fits, and that does not mean every Singer. It just select. Okay. Class 15 is what fits this machine. It's what fits most, if not all, I think all Genomes and Kenmores. This is the right one. Okay, so we're going to take a look at how they fit. Okay, so we're going to drop this in here. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to get it threaded up. So you see how that fits, and you see how much that'll just move around in there. Okay, and it turns this way, and it'll turn. Let's get something better than my big sausage fingers. How it can just easily flip in there like that. Okay, so we're going to take this out. We're going to put the class 15 in there. You see how much tighter that is, and how it won't flip. Okay, even right here it's not flipping. Okay, this is important. This is very important in order to get this to work properly. All right, this is how a bobbin fits. It's just barely underneath here. It's not over it. It's just barely underneath it, and there's not too much room. I can pick it up that way. Even that, it's kind of tight, right? And it doesn't move. Okay. If you have any questions on this, let me know. Now, let's now she has. If we look here, she has a bunch more bobbins, and these are. They all look to be class 15s. I think they are. It just so happened that she had that one in here when she brought it to me. I could just put a class 15 in there, but I want to get rid of this for her. I don't want her using this on this machine. And I want to show you how to make quick work of this. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do, and when I say make quick work of this, I mean getting this thread off of this bobbin and onto the other one. Some of you may already know, but many of you may not. So I know a lot of my customers, when I show them this, they're upset because they feel like that now they've got to throw a bobbin away with wasted thread. And you don't have to waste the thread. I mean, it's up to you, whatever you want to do, but you don't need to. So let's get this thing plugged in, turned on. Everything worked good with it a while ago. Hopefully it will still work good. Or I say a while ago, that was a few days ago now for me. Just a little bit ago for y'all. All right, so we're plugged in. My electricity's on. And there's the machine. And everything moved into place. Right here, that noise, this is what you heard moving. Okay, now, what we're going to do is we're going to take this bobbin. We're going to put it right on here just like you would your thread. Okay, let me see if she's got an end. She does not. So, if you've got an end to put on here, you want to put that on there. This one might work. There we go. That'll work just fine. Now, we're not going to take it up real tight. Now, you've got a threading diagram right here. Shows you exactly how to thread it. I'm going to show you something, okay? This staying threaded is very important. If this comes unthreaded, then the thread on your bobbin can be really, really loose and ugly and nasty looking. And sometimes on machines in general, when you thread it like this and you start really going, this will pop out. This will pop out of there. And then you'll have a problem. So what you can do is, rather than threading it that way, is you can thread it this way and take it over itself. Now I normally do this just automatically with every machine I do, just to make sure that I don't have problems. So it's kind of backwards to what this shows, but it works just fine. Some machines will show this. All right, and then what I'm going to do, yeah, we don't go from the outside, we go from the inside. So the thread goes to the inside, through the hole here, and then I'm gonna stick it over a little bit and stick it right over that hole, all right? And then we're going to put this on here, just like this, push it down, and that didn't work. So what we're trying to do is get that thread stuck, okay? And I didn't do it right somewhere. So again, we'll try it again. And we've got it, if you can see that, thread goes right across the center of that hole. And then we put this on there, whoop, and see I pushed it to the side. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily have to come, well, and it does though, which is cool. It doesn't absolutely have to come up and over like this, but if it does, it helps. It makes dang sure that that thread's stuck, so when I pull on it, it's not coming out. This way you don't have to hold the thread. We need to turn the bobbin on, and so we will kick that over. Shows bobbin going, and I don't think this is going to work. Nope, so I need the foot pedal. So now we will plug the foot pedal in, and here we go. Now, see how that works? Just like a regular roll of thread. Sometimes it gets caught and okay, so what it's doing is it's getting caught in that bobbin. It's really tight, okay? So I'm just going to do this, and I'm going to help it out. Somebody got it way too tight on this bobbin when they wound it. That noise is this bobbin spinning on here, if you wonder. Wow, that's crazy. Just way too tight. So having your bobbin thread this tight on your bobbin is not a good idea. It will absolutely break when you're sewing for sure. And this now, that I don't know if you can see it. You can see lots of black thread, but this last little piece has just been tied on there. So I'm not going to worry with trying to get the rest of it off. I'm just going to break that just like that and call that good. Okay, we need to cut this off. I will put this under here just like this, and we're going to cut it off. Well, we're going to cut it off just as close as we can, because any thread sticking out there can become a problem. It can cause the bobbin to get stuck, or tons of other issues. All right, so now that we've got that, we can put this in there, drop it in, thread to the right. Okay, now I'm gonna pull this out a little bit so I've got more thread. I'm gonna put my finger on this. I'm gonna pull this around. We're gonna go into that groove. Now from this groove, as I come over, I don't know if you can see it, but we are absolutely going right into the tensioner, and then on the back right there, it comes out the other side, and that's how it will sit when we're done. It's very important to put your finger on this and pull it and get it to go into that tensioner. If you don't, when you go to run it, this will come out and that thread will just come from the bobbin straight over the back rather than going through this tensioner, and you won't sew right. It will not sew a correct stitch. A lot of times when you go to thread your machine, your presser foot will be down. The first thing you want to do before you thread any machine is lift this presser foot up. Why? Because it opens these tension discs. That's why. And if you do not do that and thread does not get in the tension discs, it will not make a good stitch whatsoever, and it will loop. All right, so now, first thing we're doing from the thread spool is we are looking for a thread guide. On this machine, this is a thread guide, and it shows you the arrow. So we're going in there, pulling through. The next thing that we're looking for is the tension assembly. That's right here. We're dropping down. And then we're going to go around. Okay, this goes around what's called the take-up spring. Comes up into the take-up lever. Right there. And you want to make dang sure that it pops past that little spring and comes all the way to the end. I think you can see that there. In fact, if I open it up, okay, you can absolutely see that's the little spring there, and it's come all the way to the end. All right, then we're going to come down, and I'm going to open this back up. Okay, we're going to go down here, and we are going to get around, maybe, we're going to go around this metal into there. That's another guide, okay? Now, there's one more guide, and this is the needle bar guide. And it's right here. And it does not matter which side you go on. But before we do that, we better have a needle. So let's put a needle in here. This is an 80-12 that I'm fixing to jab in there. Maybe. There we go. All right, so on this machine, the flat of the needle goes to the back, okay? So we're going to make sure this is all the way up, just like that. Flat's turned to the back. I can now drop the presser foot because the thread is in the tension discs up above. So I can do that to make this whole process easier. Now we'll just find the hole. There we go. Push it up in there. This is very important. Let me see if I can get you close enough to see this. Okay, we are in the wrong spot. Get some light on the subject. And I knocked my camera off. Okay. All right. I've got light there. Now you see I come down. I want you looking at this little hole right here. You can see a little shiny in there. Shiny left. Ow! See that? I need better light. Let me get a better light because I want to make sure you see this. That thing that you see in there is a needle stop. Okay? And that needle has to go all the way up against it. And I want it's imperative that you see this. So, sorry about hitting the camera. Okay, you can kind of see it in there. This is trying to get this camera in the right place so my hands aren't hitting it or something's not hitting it. It's tough. Okay, so I'm going to loosen this a little bit. See if I can get this to move. Nope, not enough. You can kind of see movement there. There you go. Hopefully you can see that. on this machine, it's really hard to, but do you see how that goes up and that hits that stop right there? Okay. It absolutely has to go up and hit that. If it does not hit that, then your needle's going to be at the wrong level. And the possibility that it'll skip, you'll hit the bottom of the hook and other things is huge, okay? So it needs to be all the way up. A lot of times, just to make sure, I mean, I can see it and I know it's fine, but if I'm not sure, I will take my needle nose pliers and just kind of push up on it. And then, once I've got it there where I want it, I'm just going to push the needle kind of to the side like this. What that does, it puts pressure so it can't fall. And now I can tighten it in place. And I'm going to drop this a little bit, being careful not to stick my finger. Okay, it's important to get this plenty tight, but not too tight. It's got a little place in the end to tighten it with a screwdriver, and you can do that. I suggest that you be very careful. If you over tighten this, you can either A, strip the threads out in this, or B, you can break the end of this screw off, which will be stuck there forever, and then you have to replace the needle bar. Okay, there we go. Okay, if you've got any questions, let me know. And again, if you're enjoying the content, if this is helpful, then please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with someone. Share it with someone who needs to see this. And then we're going to thread the needle. Okay, and on this machine, it threads from the front to the back. There we go. And I'll lift this back up, or actually I'm not, well, yeah, I'll lift it up, and I'm going to pull the thread up. Now, I get this a lot. Somebody has a problem. Something happens or whatever. You're sewing and you have an issue, and then all of a sudden, your machine won't pick up the thread. There's a lot of things that can cause that. Your machine could be out of time. It could be a lot of stuff. But a lot of times people get frustrated at what's just happened, especially if they've had a hard time getting it out. And they will take this and they will hold the thread, something like this, or to the side or something. And this one's going to do it, okay? And you see it coming around. But sometimes when you hold it that tight, all right, the hook won't grab that thread and it won't go around. And so you can't pull the thread up, all right? So what you want to do, if you're trying to pull the thread up and it's not pulling, all right, just take the thread, lay it to the back, okay? Just like that, put your thumb on it. All right, in fact, let me just show you. Let's pull this out of here and redo this so that you can see exactly how it works. I'm going to rethread this, okay? So just put your thumb on it, get this out of the way. Put your thumb just on the upper thread, all right? And we're going to take this and we're going to pull it. And now, you saw that go. You saw the thread go around and catch this. Now all you got to do is pull, okay? And if it's not pulling completely up, then you just turn it a little bit more, but this one is, okay? If the upper thread's not pulling completely, it means it's just caught on the hook and you haven't moved turned the hand wheel around far enough. But there it is, okay? Now, I want to iterate one other thing. So if this thread is not in here properly, you can see it going across right here. It goes all the way across rather than out the back. But if it's not in that tensioner properly, when it comes across here, if it's not in that tensioner real good, it will yank it off the top of it and just take it straight through the back, and there will be no tension on it, okay? That's why you put your finger on this when you're threading it. to make dang sure that it's properly threaded. If you got any questions on that, let me know. Okay, there we are. Now I think we're ready to see about sewing something, I think. All right, it's today's Monday, December the 5th at like 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm finally done with the several days of working on it and videoing it. Anyway, I've had my camera sitting on the wrong setting all morning this morning, so hopefully it doesn't come out. Hopefully it doesn't come out bad and it's viewable, I hope. Anyway, let's get this under there. Just like that. All right. And here we go. I'm going to see what this does. Yeah, all right. I'm going to set the tension on 4. We're going to put it on sew. And we are on a straight stitch. Yeah, all right. And now actually I'm going to turn it by hand. Oh, you know what? So I showed you this thread guide and then I never used it. So it doesn't matter which side you put it on. I'm just going to pull a little extra out and slide it in there. There we go. Now pull it back up just like that. Now I'll continue turning it by hand because if there's a problem, I want to find that problem before I use the foot pedal, before it goes 50 miles an hour. That way I don't end up with a huge mess. Okay, it feels good. It feels good. Sounds good. Let's see what it looks like. There it is. There it is, looking good. Okay, now we can use the foot pedal. Cut that off. Well, maybe. Get it out of the way. Get this out of the way so we don't end up pulling it down in the machine and causing a problem. Okay. Here we go. Start off slow. Sounds good. Then we'll slowly speed up. Actually, before I cut that, you can see right there, it's still attached. There it is, looking really good on this side. You can see the top of the upper thread sticking out, and then the black thread going in between it, right? So let's look here. That's a proper stitch. Here we go. Oh, my nose itches. Now, you can see the top thread, and I know the black's hard to see, but you can see it in between you can see just the top of the black thread in between the top thread, right? Which is just exactly what it should be. If you have any questions on that's a proper stitch. That's what a proper stitch looks like. If you have any questions on that, let me know. Now we're going to do a zigzag. Okay, so just a regular zigzag. We'll put it on under here, drop the feed dogs, start off slow. There it goes. There goes the zigzag. And I should have tried reverse on it a while ago. I didn't, but we're going to do it here in just a second. Okay, I'm going to slow down. Then we're going to do reverse. There we go. There it is. And we'll cut that. So you see there where it done reverse. Oh, I'm dropping stuff. So the reverse worked fine. The upper stitch looks good for the zigzag. Overall, the bottom stitch looks good. It's pulling a little bit. To fix this, all you have to do is tighten the tension on the upper stitch up here a little bit. Or you can lengthen the zigzag, lengthen the stitch length of the zigzag, or both. Now we are going to do a specialty stitch with a back stitch that has a back stitch to it. So we're going to do that one. We're going to make sure that this thing runs properly, not just in reverse, but when running a back stitch, because sometimes that back stitch can get out of whack. And this one might be, because it doesn't look right. Doesn't look right. So here we go. Looks like it's doing good. So I've got it running all out just to make sure that it's going to run good. Doing a full length. I'm going to slow down here where it's going to get a little bit thicker because it's, there we go. All right. And it looks good actually. Back stitch looks great. Doesn't look weird or anything. So that's cool. I was afraid that it wasn't going to come out right because this didn't go exactly back into the same holes it came out of. You missed them a little bit. But this looks good. This looks good. Let me see. I'm going to try one other thing just to really, or I don't know, maybe I will, maybe I won't. See if we've, okay, this one. We're going to try this stitch and see how it comes out, because this one will tell the tale for the back stitch for sure. If the back stitch is a little bit off, you will definitely see it. Something sounded weird. We got a problem. Okay, so you hear that, right? So here's what we got going on. You see that chunk of crap? Okay, so this isn't the best thread, and it started unraveling. Whoop, there we go. Thread started unraveling and it's going back and forth through the needle. So I'm going to cut this off and cut this. We're going to do this again. Get that out of there. hopefully that was just a problem in the thread, and we'll see in a minute. If it does it again, then we may have a problem with the machine somewhere. And we will look and see what we can find. This was a brand new needle, make sure. Okay, yeah. I don't feel any damage to it. We're going to rethread it. Get this toward the end somewhere. There we go. That was a lid to my toolbox that closed on me. All right, I want to turn this up. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, I hit the start-stop button with my big freaking sausage fingers. It told me that it wouldn't go. Luckily, it won't go. Okay, there we go. All right, so now we're going to go at this again, and it looks like it's making a good stitch, and we'll check it out here in just a second. I want to make sure this isn't going to continue to do this. Here we go. And it's not. So that was just a problem with the thread, I do believe. Not the 100% best thread available. Okay, we will pull this out of there. Get my scissors if I can. We'll cut it. Okay. And so if the back stitch is off, what this will do is, this looks like it makes straight lines like this coming across, and it doesn't. Okay. This makes little diamonds. All right. So this is a diamond, and this is a diamond. And so if the back stitch is off, these will be spread out. There will be a space in here, and it'll look weird. Okay, if the back stitch is too wide, then there'll be a space here. If it's too short, then it will overlap right here, and you'll see it. All right. So on this stitch, this really checks your back stitch length to make sure that it's right. Because if it doesn't go right back in that same hole, you can absolutely see it. And you can see on this looks perfect. It doesn't look like little diamonds. It looks like X's, right? So, and right there is where my thread messed up. And we had an issue there. Oh, I don't know what that was. I have no idea what that was. Looks like it skipped a stitch, what it looks like. But it didn't do it again, so that was just a weird oops. So there we are. Okay, if you have any questions, let me know. I think we're done with this machine. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. If you have any questions on this Kenmore, then put it down below and let me know. And I will answer them if I can. I'll do the best I can. As well, if you have specific problems or more intricate problems, say you have a timing issue, you think you have a timing issue, and you would like to, I am doing consultations now where I will talk to you over the phone or over Messenger or whatever, but it does have to be a video chat so that I can physically look at the machine, and I can guide you so that we can troubleshoot it and try to find out the problem and try to get it fixed. If you're interested in that, there will be a link below the video. Click on that. They'll have more information on exactly how that works. All right. Again, thank you very much for
for watching, and let me know if you have any questions. And I hope y'all have a great day.